Jakarta yang dikenal sebagai kota pelajar
coba ngomong.
Tes satu. Tes. Orang membuat PPT loh. Tes. Tes. Masuk.
Disinilah anak bangsa belajar menjadi insan intelektual dalam kebudayaan yang membentuk integritas. Kami
Cek tes satu, tes satu dua tiga, cek 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 cek, cek tes. Cepat ya, cek cek. Cek tes satu, cek tes satu. Oh ya.
masih bersama. Fungsi logam dan nutraceutical terprogram dari kesejahteraan berasaskan Pancasila, solusi penyediaan rantai pangan.
Saya buka formal dulu. Nanti mulai jam 8.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical. We kindly invite you to proceed with your registration at reception desk and please take your seat. And during this time, we will be showing the official video of Universitas Widya Mataram and our sponsor today and partners from Genetika Science Indonesia, Kapal Api Group, PT Fitochemindo Reksa, Hilo, Bank BPD DIY, Fiber Cream, and PT Yakult Indonesia. Please make sure to enjoy your time before we begin shortly.
Mbak Intan perlu kursi untuk duduk ya di sini ya.
Salah ya Lumba. Ini berarti sekarang motretan video nggak?
Oke.
Motretan video.
Penggiat teknologi pangan, gizi dan kesehatan, bersatu padu menggagas pangan, fungsi P3FNI seluruh anggotanya wujudkan Indonesia yang sehat. Dari zaman dahulu kala nenek moyang konsumsi pangan Nusantara kaya sifat fungsional dan nutraceutical. Marilah para peneliti di seluruh penjuru Nusantara temukan semua kandungan fitokimianya, manfaatkanlah hasilnya. Marilah penggiat pangan berkarya berinovasi bersama, fungsional dan nutraceutical terprogram demi kesejahteraan di dalam bahan pangan Nusantara sebagai warisan bangsa. P3FNI seluruh anggotanya wujudkan Indonesia yang sehat. P3FNI seluruh anggotanya wujudkan Indonesia yang sehat.
Disinilah anak bangsa belajar menjadi insan intelektual dalam kebudayaan yang membentuk integritas. Kami mencari makna bagi bangsa dan menjadi bagian dari tradisi. Di sini, kami tidak sekedar melayani, tapi kami melakukannya dengan hati.
State, our government has already
Widya Mataram membentuk insan intelektual yang berkarakter, berwawasan global, menjaga integritas dalam balutan budaya.
guys. Then see you again next week. Hopefully your life is gonna be amazing.
Dengan teknologi terkini, kami sambut masa depan penuh percaya diri. Suatu kebanggaan bagi kami untuk menjadi lebih baik, dengan selalu memberikan yang terbaik. Widya Mataram membentuk insan intelektual yang berkarakter, berwawasan global, menjaga integritas dalam balutan budaya. Mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa, mengembangkan manusia Indonesia seutuhnya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second international seminar on the functional food and nutraceutical. We kindly invite you to proceed your registration and reception desk. And to all the participants, I would like to notify you to please scan for the barcode certificate participation in front of you all. And yeah, thank you for all sponsor and partners, Genetika Science Indonesia, Kapal Api Group, PT Kemindo Reksa, Hilo, Bank BPDDIY, Fiber Cream, PT Yakult Indonesia. And please make sure to enjoy your time before we begin shortly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good morning for all the guests of honor, invited speaker, moderator, committee, and also both international and national participants of this second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical, 28 and 29 September 2024. With the theme of cultural heritage and health sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food, organized by Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Intan Dewi Larasati, and I'm from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Universitas Gadjah Mada, as your master ceremony that will lead today's occasion. Now, we will officially begin the event with the recitation of Indonesia's national anthem and the anthem of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. To all the participants, please raise and stand for the national and organizational anthem.
berkarya berinovasi bersama, fungsional dan nutraceutical, terprogram demi kesejahteraan, berasaskan Pancasila, solusi penyediaan rantai pangan. P3FNI di seluruh anggotanya wujudkan Indonesia yang sehat. Dari zaman dahulu kala, nenek moyang konsumsi pangan Nusantara kaya sifat fungsional nutraceutical. Marilah para peneliti di seluruh penjuru Nusantara temukan semua kandungan fitokimianya, manfaatkanlah hasilnya. Marilah penggiat pangan berkarya berinovasi bersama, fungsional dan nutraceutical, terprogram demi kesejahteraan. Di dalam bahan pangan Nusantara sebagai warisan bangsa, P3FNI seluruh anggotanya wujudkan Indonesia yang sehat. P3FNI seluruh anggotanya wujudkan Indonesia yang sehat.
To all the participants, please have a seat. First of all, I would like to welcome and say thank you to the guests of honor who have attended this event. The first one, a honorable mention to the chairman of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Professor Ardiansyah. A honorable rector of Universitas Widya Mataram, Professor Haji Edi Suwandi Hamid, MIC. And Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Widya Mataram, Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti, ST, MSc. And then the Honorable to the Chairwoman of the Second International Seminar on Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Professor Amber Rukmini. And also, we would like to say thank you for the keynote and plenary speaker who will lead the session today. In the first session, as a keynote speaker is Dr. Honoris Causa Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi with the topic of tradition of drinking herbal medicine at the Yogyakarta Palace that will be represented by Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti, STMSC. Also, for the plenary session, in the first plenary session, we have two invited speakers. First, here with us, Professor Dr. Chin Kun Wang from Chuangshan Medical University, Taiwan. And second, Professor Dr. Brinkman from Northern Illinois University, USA, that will join us by online platform. And we will also have a presentation for our sponsor and partners today, PT Genetika Science Indonesia and PT Yakult Indonesia. And in the second session, we have three invited speakers. First, Professor Dr. Edi Suwandi Hamid, Master of Economics from Universitas Widya Mataram. And the second, Professor Dr. Pavini Chinachoti from Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand that also will join us by online platform. And the last one, Professor Dr. Doni Wirawan from Osaka University, Japan. And after that, we will have a parallel session, presentation, and closing ceremony. Moving along to the next session, we will first hear a welcome remark by the chairwoman of the Second International Seminar on Functional Food and Nutraceutical to deliver the conference report. So please welcome Professor Amber Rukmini. To Professor Amber Rukmini, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Praise to be Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us blessing of health, blessing of time, and blessing of opportunity to attend this international seminar. Our distinguished guest, Dr. Honoris Causa Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, Crown Princess of Yogyakarta Palace, as keynote speaker or representing the Honorable Advisory Board of Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Professor Hani Wijaya, Honorable Chairman and Board Member of Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Professor Ardiansyah, Professor Eni Harmayani, maybe let join in this occasion. Dr. Indah Apriliati, Diana Loh, PhD, and all members of Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. Esteemed invited speakers, Professor Chin Kun Wang from Taiwan, Professor Doni Wirawan from Japan, Professor Edi Suwandi Hamid, Director of Universitas Widya Mataram, Professor Pavin Chinachoti, who is joined online from Thailand, and Professor Robert Brickman, who is joined online too from Illinois, United States of America. Our honorable researchers and all participants, good morning and welcome to the Second International Seminar on Functional Food and Nutraceutical. It is my great honor as the chairman of the event to extend my warmest greetings to all of you, whether joining us here in person or virtually from across the globe. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your participation and for making time to engage in this significant gathering. This year's seminars, theme Cultural Heritage and Health Sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food, holds special importance as we delve into the intersection of ancient tradition and modern science. Our goal is to explore how traditional food, often rooted in cultural heritage and functional food, backed by scientific advancement and can contribute to health sustainability for future generations. As we all know, functional food and nutraceutical have gained widespread recognition for their potential to prevent disease, enhance health, and improve quality of life. At the same time, we must not overlook the wealth of knowledge embedded in traditional food systems that have been practiced for centuries. In countries around the world, particularly in regions like Asia, Africa, and South America, traditional food and herbal medicine have played a pivotal role in maintaining health and well-being. Jamu from Indonesia, Ayurveda from India, and the Mediterranean diet are but a few examples of how deeply cultural heritage is linked to health practices. This seminar is an opportunity to bridge these two important aspects to honor the wisdom of the past while embracing the innovation of the present. By focusing on the role of traditional and functional food, we aim to enhance global health sustainability, support the integration of culturally significant practices into modern nutrition, and encourage the development of functional food that align with needs to diverse populations. Today, we are privileged to be joined by leading experts in the field who will share their invaluable research and insight on topics ranging from the bioactive compound in traditional food to the nature of functional food in combating modern health challenges. We are confident that the knowledge shared in this forum will contribute to new collaboration, innovation, and breakouts that benefit both public health and cultural preservation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, PT Genetika Science Indonesia, PT Fitocamindo Reksa, PT Kapal Api, PT Nutrifood with its product Hilo, Bank Pembangunan Daerah DIY, PT Yakult Indonesia, and PT Lautan Natural Crimendo with its product Fiber Cream. Special thanks to organizing committee members and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of the event. Your dedication and commitment have been helpful in bringing this seminar to life. In this occasion, we have 88 participants, 5 of whom join online. The number of speakers in this seminar is 38 people. 2 of them will present online. Participants of this seminar came from academics, students, and industry, that is from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Bangladesh. Indonesian participants came from Yogyakarta, Papua, West Papua, East Java, West Java, Central Java, Jakarta, North Sumatra, and West Nusa Tenggara. Lastly, I encourage all participants to actively engage in the discussion, share your perspective, and make the most of this platform to exchange ideas. Let us all work together to create a future where cultural heritage and scientific advancement came together to promote a healthier, more sustainable world. Once again, welcome to the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical. I hope this event proved to be a fruitful and enriching experience for everyone. Indonesian dictum says, tak ada gading yang tak retak. There is no ivory that it's not cracked. On behalf of the committee, we apologize if there are any limitation in organizing this seminar. And finally, I can say billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ambarukmini, for the remarks. We also would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Widya Mataram to deliver the welcoming remark. To Professor Haji Edi Suwandi Hamid MIC, the time is yours.
Selamat pagi, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, praise our gratitude to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us with good opportunity to attend this international seminar on cultural heritage and health sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food. The Honorable Advisory Board of Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Professor Hani Wijaya, Professor Sri Raharjo, also the Chairman of P3FNI, Professor Ardiansyah, respected speaker, Professor Brinkman, and also Professor Favini Chainichati, Professor Chin Kun Wang, and also Professor Doni Dahana Wirawan from Osaka University, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical. I would like to extend warm greetings to our esteemed speakers, researchers, and practitioners from various parts of the world who have gathered here today. This seminar serves as a vital platform to exchange knowledge and ideas on an increasingly important subject that touch both our health and our cultural heritage. The theme of this year's seminar, Cultural Heritage and Health Sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food, could not be more timely. In today's fast-paced world, we are witnessing a growing need to address health concerns while simultaneously preserving our cultural legacies. Traditional foods, which are deeply embedded in our cultural identities, also hold significant potential in promoting health sustainability. Functional foods and nutraceuticals, grounded in age-old wisdom yet enhanced by modern science, offer a promising avenue for addressing various health challenges. We are fortunate today to be surrounded by experts who are at the forefront of research and development in this field. This seminar also provides an opportunity for us to reflect on the role of traditional food systems in promoting health, especially in communities where modern health care might be less accessible. By strengthening the collaboration between scientific innovation and cultural preservation, we can create a more resilient and health-conscious global society. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, Prof. Ambar Committee, Prof. Ambar Rukmini as the chairperson of the committee, for their tireless efforts in making this event possible, and to all the speakers and participants who have taken the time to share their insights and experiences. I trust that today's discussion will foster meaningful collaboration and inspire future research in the field of functional foods and nutraceutical. Let us make the most of this seminar to exchange ideas, share our thinkings, and explore new pathways toward sustainability health solution. I'm confident that the knowledge and connection we build here today will have lasting impact on the advancement of functional foods and their role in health sustainability. Lastly, on behalf of Universitas Widya Mataram, which will have a 42nd birthday next week. So, ladies and gentlemen, this activity is an atmosphere and series of the Universitas Widya Mataram anniversary. I would like to thank all of you, the ladies and gentlemen, for your participation, both as speakers and participants. We also apologize if there are shortcomings and mistakes in the organizing this activity. Once again, welcome to the seminar. I wish this seminar will give maximum benefit for us, for all us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Haji Edi Swandi Hamid MIC, for the welcome remarks. And next, we would like to invite the chairman of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Professor Ardiansyah, for his opening speech to address a welcome remark and officially open the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical. Please help welcome Professor Adriansyah. Professor Adriansyah, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to say the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Honoris Causa GKR Mangkubumi, Crown Princess of Japanese Monarchy in Yogyakarta Special Region. At this time, will represented by Ibu Desi Ayu Krishnamurti, Prof. Haji Edi Swandi Hamid, Rector of Universitas Widya Mataram, and also as co-host of this event, Prof. Chin Kunwang from Chungshan Medical University, Prof. Doni Dahana from Graduate School of Economic, Osaka University, Japan, Prof. Dr. Robert Brickman, already joined online from Northern Illinois University, USA, Prof. Dr. Pavine Chichanoti from Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand, and also distinguished guests, Advisory Board of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Prof. Hani, Prof. Sri Raharjo, and Prof. Umar. Thank you for your coming, and all staff member of ISFFN, P3FNI, Ibu Prof. Eni Harmayani, Vice Chair, our Secretary, Mbak Yunita, our Treasurer, Ibu April, dan Ibu Diana. And also I would like to say our sponsor, PT Kapal Api, PT Genetika Science, PT Fitokomindo Reksa, Bank BPD Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, PT Nutrifit Indonesia, and our partner PT Yakul Indonesia, and also PT Lautan Nutreacutical. Fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, ISFFN or P3FNI, welcome to the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical here in Yogyakarta. The theme of this seminar is Cultural Heritage and Health Sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food. The event will explore the intersection of culture, tradition, and modern science, focusing on how time-honored practice contribute to the health and sustainability in the contemporary world. This seminar aims to explore the latest advancement, trend, and challenges in the field of functional food and nutraceutical. We hope that by bringing you all together here, we can share valuable discussion on this and other functional food and nutraceutical issues. It is pressing that global concern to understand how food system activities affect to the natural environment and communities. In a global world, sustainable food production, consumption, and the interconnecting nature of food system are key issues addressed across multiple disciplines. Recently, there's been growing recognition of the role that culture, food knowledge, and food heritage play in influencing human behavior and food choices. We would like to extend our thanks to all speakers and delegates for attending and contributing their science of this event. The event would not be possible without your exciting contribution. We are committed to ensuring that all of you find this seminar will stimulate, rewarding, and meaningful for discussion and networking. Indeed, this is an excellent opportunity to highlight current P3FNI objective devoted to functional and nutraceutical advancement, as well as communication and collaboration among us. The P3FNI was established in 2015 as what we call it as professional organization. Actually, we use penggiat, ya. Indonesia penggiat I try to find in English is activist, ya. Because our not only food science and technology, but also medical, and then social sciences could be also joined. So we need aim to all aspects of the science actually, because functional food is nutraceutical is connected between its subject. That P3FNI aimed at facilitating various activities in the field of functional food and nutraceutical. And that's why I asked my colleague from Osaka University that belong to the consumer behavior, try to perspective view regarding the functional food and nutraceutical, especially in Japan. So involvement with P3FNI benefit its member by allowing them to contribute scientific knowledge and technology, as well as keeping up with the update in functional food and nutraceutical market and consumer. One important effort in development Indonesia distinctive functional food and nutraceutical is through program that prioritize the development of science and technology based on Indonesia local resources. So finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Universitas Widya Mataram, especially for Prof. Ambar as chair of this seminar, and also as an University Widya Mataram as co-host, and also all committee members. I think we have supported the event for dedicating the time and effort over the past few months, ensuring that today's event could run smoothly. I wish you good luck for the conference, and I hope you have a wonderful time in Yogyakarta. I think end of my speech. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you, Professor Adriansyah, as the remarks. As a symbol of the opening of the second International Seminar on Functional Food and Nutraceutical, I would like to invite Professor Amba Rukmini, Professor Edi Suwandi Hamid MIC, and Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti STMSC to join Professor Adriansyah in striking the gamelan on the stage to officially open today's event. And the next agenda is the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding for the collaboration between Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, represented by Professor Adriansyah, and Universitas Widya Mataram, represented by Professor Edi Suwandi. To Professor Adriansyah and Professor Edi Suwandi, please come to the stage again for the signing of the MOU as a symbolic sign of the beginning of the collaboration. For Professor Adriansyah and Professor Edi Suwandi, please come back to the stage because there is a souvenir for both of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our keynote and first plenary session. In this session, we have one keynote speakers and two invited speakers, that is Dr. Honoris Causa Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, with the topic of a tradition of drinking herbal medicine at the Yogyakarta Palace, that will be represented by Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti STMSC. Also, the plenary session, we have two invited speakers. First, here with us, Professor Dr. Chin Kun Wang from Chuangshan Medical University, Taiwan. And the second, Professor Dr. Brinkman from Northern Illinois University, USA, that will join us with online platform. And this session will be led by our moderator, Professor Hani Wijaya. Professor Hani Wijaya is a food science and technology professor from IPB University, also the previous chairwoman of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. So don't have to wait any longer. To Professor Hani Wijaya, time is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guest speakers, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is very typical Hani. Always drop something. Sorry for that one. This is my great privilege to have this session to chair. And thanks to God the Almighty, today we have very special speakers. And I can say it's unusual we have that one because we will have what we call crown princess of Javanese monarchy in Yogyakarta special region. That is Dr. Honoris Causa Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi. First of all, I will try my best to introduce her based on the CV and the 5 minutes that I have. It's a long story, but I do believe she is very special lady. Okay, so first, she pursued her study in Cuesta College in San Luis Obispo, California, USA. The second one in Cyrus College in Covina, California, USA. And the last one is in the Griffith University, Brisbane, Queensland, Austria. She has a lot of organization experiences, but the most important thing, now she is the treasurer of the Mataram Yogyakarta Foundation. So she get the power, isn't it? So then she's also the chairwoman for Kadin, that is Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Yogyakarta, of course, twice. This is her second term. And the most important thing, she is also care about the young generation. She is what we call it, Boy Scout. Yeah, the Boy Scout chairwoman for in Yogyakarta special region. So that is the one that I know until now. And of course, still a lot, including she is also, I don't know how to translate it in the good way, but she is the chairwoman for Badan Pimpinan Pusat Usaha Peningkatan Pendapatan Keluarga Sejahtera. So she is also very care about the social, what you call it, proper, something like that. And also she become a lot of board, for example, for young generation in Yogyakarta, Karang Taruna. Also she care about the conservation of nature in Yogyakarta. A lot of awards has been in her hands. For example, the one that is very interesting for me, Sunslick Unbreakable Woman in 2007. And also she got the one that is also, I think it should be very prestigious, Penghargaan Lencana Dharma Bakti from the Kuarnas Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. This is from the Boy Scout. And then she got also the Aditya Karya Mahatua Yoda Awards in 2013. Recently, she obtained the Women Empowerment Awards in Singapore. Last but not least, she got her doctor honoris causa from Northern Illinois University, USA. That will be our speaker today. Unfortunately, she cannot attend this conference by herself. So in this case, the presentation will be delivered by Ibu Desi Ayu Krishnamukti STMSC, the Vice Rectors of University Widya Mataram. So Ibu Desi Ayu, times is yours. Is she here now? Oh yeah, thank you so much. Almost forget. The title has been informed several times, that is traditional drinking herbal medicines or jamu at the Yogyakarta Palace. So please proceed.
Thank you very much, Prof. Amy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Desi Ayu Krishnamurti, and now I'm the Vice Rector of Academic in Universitas Widya Mataram. And please allow me to read the paper from Gusti Mangkubumi because of her absence today due to another urgent agenda. The title of the paper, Tradition of Drinking Herbal Medicine, Jamu, at Yogyakarta Palace. Dr. Honoris Causa Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, Princess of Yogyakarta Palace. History of Jamu in Yogyakarta Palace. Jamu has a long history in Indonesia, dating back to the 8th century during the Mataram Kingdom in Central Java. The practice of using herbal medicine is deeply rooted in Javanese culture, combining knowledge passed down through generations and indigenous wisdom. Jamu consists of a variety of natural ingredients such as turmeric, ginger, tamarind, cinnamon, lemongrass, and others, depending on the ailment it is intended to treat. In the Yogyakarta Palace, the tradition of preparing and drinking jamu is treated with great respect. The palace maintains a meticulous process for preparing herbal drinks, reflecting not only their medicinal importance, but also the symbolism of harmony with nature. The role of jamu at Yogyakarta Palace. In the Yogyakarta Palace, jamu is consumed not only for its medicinal properties, but also as part of daily rituals that emphasize balance and well-being. It is an essential component of the palace's daily rituals. The palace retains traditional recipes for specific jamu formulas, which are carefully guarded and passed down through generations. These formulas are said to not only have a healing properties, but also to promote balance, vitality, and well-being. The preparation of jamu is a meticulous process involving a deep understanding of natural ingredients and their healing properties. Members of the royal family, especially the women, have traditionally played a central role in preparing these herbal drinks, which are believed to maintain their health and spiritual equilibrium. The jamu drinks served in the palace are known for their symbolic meaning in promoting longevity, strength, and harmonious relationship with nature. Historically, the sultans and royal families consumed jamu as part of their daily routine to maintain physical and spiritual health. Today, the traditions continues keeping alive the ancient belief in natural remedies. Types of jamu consumed in the palace. The Yogyakarta Palace uses various kinds of jamu, each designed to address specific health concerns or to maintain general well-being. Some of the most popular types include kunyit asam, turmeric and tamarind, known for its anti-inflammatory properties. This jamu is popular for improving digestion, reducing bloating, and boosting energy. It is widely consumed both in the palace and among the general population. Beras kencur, rice and griddle galangal, a revitalizing drink made from rice, galangal, and other herbs. This type of jamu is believed to restore energy and alleviate fatigue. Temulawak, Java ginger. Java ginger is prized for its ability to improve liver function and overall vitality. It is often consumed by the palace's royal members to enhance their well-being. Jamu pahit, bitter jamu. As the name suggests, this variety is quite bitter and is consumed for its strong detoxifying properties. It is believed to cleanse the body from toxins and improve circulation. These drinks are consumed in different circumstances. Some are part of daily rituals, while others are reserved for specific health conditions. The preparation of jamu involves a deep knowledge of local herbs and plants, which are carefully selected and mixed to create potent remedies. Cultural significance of jamu. In the Yogyakarta Palace, jamu holds profound cultural and symbolic importance. It is not merely a health remedy, but also a representation of the palace's connection, the nature, and tradition. Drinking jamu is manifestation of the Javanese philosophy of life, which prioritizes balance, harmony, and respect for natural processes. This philosophy is deeply embedded in the royal family's practices, where jamu serves as both medicinal and spiritual tool. The preparation of jamu is also of way preserving ancient knowledge in the palace. The tradition of making and consuming jamu is an important cultural heritage that ensures continuity between past and present generations. The Sultan's family plays an active role in promoting jamu as a part of Javanese identity, extending its influence beyond the palace walls. Jamu in modern times, preserving tradition. As time progresses, the tradition of drinking jamu within the Yogyakarta Palace has adapted to modern influences. Despite the increasing popularity of modern medicine, the palace continues to uphold jamu traditions, even integrating these practices with contemporary health trends. Jamu sustainability in modern times can be attributed to palace's dedication to maintaining its cultural heritage and its effort to promote these traditional practices to the public. The palace also plays a role in educating people about the importance of natural healing. The Sultan's family actively promotes the use of jamu beyond the palace wall, organizing events and workshops where people can learn about the preparation and health benefits of jamu. This effort helps preserve the tradition and ensures it remains relevant in today's world. Conclusion. The tradition of drinking jamu at Yogyakarta Palace is a powerful reflection of Javanese culture and values. Rooted in ancient knowledge and sustained by royal customs, the practice of consuming jamu continues to be an integral part of the palace's daily life. It represents not only a method, natural healing, but also palace's commitment to preserving its cultural heritage. As the palace adapts to modern influences, the tradition of jamu remains a vital connection between the past and present, embodying the principles of balance, health, and respect for nature that define Javanese philosophy. Last but not least, if there is any uncomfortable and mistakes, I truly apologize. This is the end of the paper. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Desi Ayu Krishnamukti. So you have already delivered it very well. Very hard job, yeah, I know that one. So we are very happy because we got already the enlightened about the jamu in Yogyakarta Palace, happening again. I forgot it. Okay, thank you for your patience. Sorry, yeah, we got already enlightening about jamu from the original sources, the genuine one, about what is jamu in Yogyakarta Palace, and we know that actually jamu is actually for the very specific drink for the imperial dynasty, something like that. Now we are lucky that we can also enjoy the benefits of jamu. And I always bring jamu to all over the world, but today I got the real information what happening in the original place. So thank you very much once again to Ibu Desi Ayu Krishnamukti. Please send my gratitude to Your Highness, Ibu Gusti Mangku Bumi, that is the right one. Okay, I learned a lot about that. And I become very confused. I thought that should be, how can I call her? Her Majesty, or Your Highness, or her Honorable Speaker. But anyway, we got a lot of information, that one. Now, so I want to use the spare of this time for my next, my next job. I have to introduce the invited speaker. He is my best good friend for many years, and I'm very happy to have him here now with us because it's very difficult to find him. He's always go around the world. That is what he do. So let me introduce about the next invited speaker should be Professor Dr. Chin Kun Wang. He is a distinguished professor in Chunshan Medical University in Taiwan. He is also the UN Ambassador, Executive Counselor of International Academy of Food Science and Technology. He is also the former president of International Society for Nutraceutical and Functional Food, ISNFF. Yes, he is my boss actually. And he is also the fellow of IAFOS, and then IFT, honorary president of Nutrition Society of Taiwan, and many, I know, it's hundreds, but he tried to make me easier to say something here, okay? It's going to become very short. By the way, Professor Chin Kun Wang got his PhD degree in National Taiwan University and worked for Chunshan Medical University since 1993. He promoted as a full professor and then took the position of the chair, the dean vice president, and then become the president at Tsinchuan Medical University. It's good career, yeah, and very loyal. Please believe me, he is a loyal friend of mine. His research is about the human clinical trials and human metabolism of medicine, nutritional supplement, nutraceuticals, herbs, and functional food. Recently, he also pays a great attention, yes, on precision nutrition by using a big data. So many friends who also work with this one is very interesting and very challenging because next year is something there. And he got a lot of awards, but here he put only several. That is about the National Award of Biomedicine for his great contribution to the medical education in 2008. He got also the outstanding research of many societies from 2009 to 2022. And in case of food safety and nutrition, he promoted the legislation for school sanitary laws and national nutrition law. This is the best part. He always said this is in the future, he will try his best to work together with the scientists around the world and would like to promote the advanced development of food science and technology. So please join me to welcome our next speaker, the distinguished speaker, Prof. Chin Kun Wan. He will talk about raspberry, the black raspberry supplementation on gut-brain as it's maybe good for me. So, floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be here again. Yeah, actually, I like Indonesia very much. Yeah, and I visit Indonesia for many times. Yeah, this June, I was here, Yogyakarta. Yeah, so I have a lot of Indonesia friends. Yeah, so I think it's my great pleasure here again, and I'm very happy that the Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceuticals. I attended at when you establishing this society, and also yeah, come here today again. Yeah, so Dr. Henny, my boss, thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I should give you short introduction. Yeah, actually we know each other very well. Yeah, so I think today I would like to give a talk. Actually, before my talk, I would like to introduce. You can see this is my research team. There are about 30 steps in my research team. We have 3 divisions for my research. One is about the nutraceutical and functional food and traditional herb and some medication. The second we are working is about to set up a two-way platform that is a big data by using AI learning system. Yeah, I think it's quite important. Now, we always call that is precision medicine, precision health. So next year, under the support of UN, I would like to initiate an international society of precision health. So I also try to invite all the good friends from Indonesia to join together. Yeah, and the third division in my research team, I believe in the past, during the pandemic, COVID-19. So we also pay great attention about the COVID-19. But I have to say, no way to prevent COVID-19 virus attack, no way. Even wear mask is very difficult because it's very easy to be infected from the eyes. Yeah, I think that's a very direct way. But I think COVID-19 now, the risk is low. However, if you heard about the term long COVID, this is very specific. It's not because of the virus, because the virus disappeared even after infection. But the symptom will happen after the virus disappearance. is very interesting. So for example, if you have foggy brain fog, right? Also fatigue, or some kinds of different kinds problem that belongs to long COVID. So this July, I was invited to United States. If you remember, President Biden, yeah, he announced to quit the president-elect. Maybe you didn't know about the problem. Maybe you think he's some elderly problem, but actually it's not, because he suffered from COVID-19 and he has long COVID problem. Yeah, so this July, I was invited to United States to give an education about the long COVID, especially to the chiropractic doctors. Yeah, I think that's quite important. So let me go back to my talk. Today, I would like to share a very new research. Especially this research is carried out by one Indonesian student. Yeah, that is Johannes Tondora. Yeah, he is now my PhD student and works a lot. So today I would like to introduce this research. Regarding Alzheimer's disease, this is some kind of neurodegeneration. Yeah, I believe maybe some kinds of dementia or cognition problem. Yeah, but the pathogenesis is very complicated. It's not so easy to understand. But you can see a lot of risk here. For example, age, or some kinds of traumatic head injury or depression, even smoking, and also some other cardiovascular disease. But one is very important, because recently epidemiological studies show that Helicobacter pylori infection also very closely associated with Alzheimer's disease. Yeah, so actually this study, I would like to introduce just like a story, because I will show a lot of scientific data later. Because we have a cooperation with Wisconsin Medicine. Yeah, so all the studies just after animal study. In our lab, maybe 20 years ago, we also did a lot of animal studies. But now we do not carry out any animal studies, because some studies from animal is not so matched to the human. Yeah, so we, of course, sometimes we also get some clear evidence from animal first and know the potential dose. So Wisconsin Medicine, they carry out the animal study first, and we can understand, oh, the black raspberry has great potential. Yeah, so we do get in our lab. Especially from the H. pylori infection. As you know, H. pylori infection is very important and also associated with some kinds of digestive tract. But today I would like to introduce is about the black raspberry. I believe berries are the treasures from the nature. Yeah, from the film, yeah, you also show us some different kinds of berries in Indonesia. I can say to you, it's really show very good potential. Yeah, as you know, cranberry has been reported to prevent urinary tract infection, right? And also the proanthocyanidin are the major contributors. But black raspberry, that is also very specific. It contains very rich flavonoids and natural phytochemicals, and also different kinds of biological effects. For example, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobiological, and also different kinds of effects. So this is the reason why we try to understand how is the role of black raspberry on H. pylori infection. So this is the so-called I want to introduce, that is about the gut and gut microbiome and CNS. That is, we call that gut and brain axis. Gut and brain axis, I believe every one of you ever heard about that. But what's the relationship? Basically, maybe from the CNS system or immune system, from the gut microbiome, yeah, and then they have different kinds of syndrome. For example, neurodegeneration, and also some kinds of microenvironment change. So maybe here they can have some effect on H. pylori infection, and also from here some kinds of Alzheimer's disease or some kinds of cognition problem. Yeah, so this is the reason why my study would like to focus on it. Okay. Yeah, so the target, I think I have told you. I don't want to repeat anymore. You can see this is the sample preparation. We obtained different kinds of extracts from black raspberry, and we screen. Yeah, finally, we can show that 80% ethanol extract show the best function. So we get the crude extract. And the first, we would like to identify how is the role of proanthocyanidin in black raspberry. So we use gelatin to precipitate the condensed tannin to remove proanthocyanidin. And we can see how is the role of the proanthocyanidin. And of course, not only this procedure, we also get different fractions from the black raspberry crude extract by water elution, and also ethanol elution and acetone elution. So we get different kinds of fraction. This is from the water, this is from the ethanol elution, this is from acetone. I believe all of you understand this is very standard procedure for natural phytochemicals. We did it and also try to identify what is the major contributor. Okay, so this is the composition for the black raspberry extract. From here, you know, of course, contains very rich polyphenol and also flavonoids, especially some kinds of condensed tannin, that is proanthocyanidin. Yeah, so we study the words. I will introduce some quick. If you have interest, we can discuss in private, okay? Yeah, here we can see black raspberry crude extract cannot kill, cannot destroy H. pylori, but they can prevent the adhesion of H. pylori to epithelial cell. Yeah, we can see this is crude extract. And here is very interesting. When we remove the proanthocyanidin, it still works. What it means? It means the major contributors from black raspberry is not condensed tannin, is not proanthocyanidin. Well, so this is the first evidence we obtained. And here, I would like to see, because for the, we use the Western blot to see, because after infection, H. pylori can release some effector, KA and VEGA, and we can see very similar results. Also shows dependent separation to reduce the KA and VEGA, yeah, in the epithelial cell. So it's very clear. I think this is very interesting. But the effector of KA and VEGA is to produce some inflammatory materials. So the major one is interleukin 8. So we can see they can also suppress the release of interleukin 8 and show dose dependent in crude extract and also non-tannin containing fraction. All right, in the clinical trial, I will show you some quickly. This is a 2 months intervention first. Would we like to see whether it works in human? Actually, the procedure is not like this. I show you the cell model first and then clinical trial, but actually we do the clinical trial and then move to cell model. If for human body it doesn't work, why I need to do advanced metabolism discussion by using cell model. But when I introduce, I show you the cell results first and the clinical trial. Okay, yeah, this is an intervention, totally about 21 subjects in the first clinical trial. And I will show you, it's very interesting. Yeah, this is for the UBT, that is some kinds of breathing test. Try to see how is the effect of black raspberry on H. pylori infection. And we can see it's greatly suppressed. And all the inflammatory marker, for example, TNF alpha, interleukin 1 beta, interleukin 8, yeah, and iNOS, Cas2, they showed greatly suppression. Yeah, so this is evidence. We can see the results from the human subjects. Okay, for the oxidative status, also the same. Yeah, SOD, catalyst, T-bars, TAC, they show the same trend. They can reduce the oxidative stress, increase the total antioxidant capacity in human subjects. Of course, all the SOD and catalysts, this is the activities in erythrocytes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's very interesting. We also measure what is the change in the microbiome in the intestine. Yeah, so this is the change. Yeah, but I will show you. Yeah, for example, here we can see this is from citrus and also bacteria side. Yeah, and we can see the ratio also decrease a lot. What it means? It means the intestinal microbiological environment is changed. And also for H. pylori growth, also greatly suppressed. Yeah, so this is H. pylori, yeah, it's greatly suppressed. Yeah, so summary, it works in human body, and we can understand his mechanism by cell model. But next step, we would like to identify how is the effect on neurodegeneration. So it's very interesting. I also show you by the order. The first, I would like to see, we use HT22 cell. This is from the brain, from the brain cell, and we use the A beta addition. After addition of A beta, we can see the neuron cell was greatly decreased. But after addition of the crude extract of black raspberry, it can help to promote the survival. And here, this is a morphology for the HT22 cells. Yeah, I think it's very clear. Usually, the brain cell, when it's damaged, is very difficult to, to survive. But our results show that black raspberry really works very well. And we also see the apoptosis marker in the neuron cells. And we can see black raspberry can suppress the CAPase3. This is very clear. Yeah, most cell damage will induce very serious apoptosis, but black raspberry crude extract can suppress. Yeah. Also, we can see how is the nuclear fragmentation. This is by DAPI staining. We can see this is A beta staining. We can see very clear fragmentation. And after the addition of black raspberry, the clear fragmentation is also suppressed. Okay, yeah. We also measure how is the reactive oxygen species in the cell. Actually, this is A beta addition, also increase a lot, but after the treatment of black raspberry, also greatly suppressed. Yeah, this is very clear by the microscope measurement. Yeah, this is free radical, but after the addition of black raspberry crude extract, is greatly reduced. Okay, we also measure the mitochondrial function. So we measure the mitochondrial membrane potential by JC1 staining, and we can see here the green one means the change, the mitochondrial function is changed. But after the addition of black raspberry extract, it can help to repair. Yeah, so it's quite interesting. Yeah, also, why? Okay, yeah, some problem. Yeah, but I can show you step by step. Okay, yeah, so this is a green inflorescence, means the free radical. And here, mitochondrial marker, that is PGC1 and SIRT1, also show the same trend. They can help to repair the mitochondria. Okay, this is antioxidant defense marker, NRF2, you should know that. Yeah, black raspberry can help to improve NRF2 expression. Yeah, this is the other marker for the neurotransmitter synthesis. This is tyrosine hydroxylase, and black raspberry can also help the expression of tyrosine hydroxylase. But this is only cell study. I will show you the clinical trial. It's very interesting. But we have two stages of clinical trial. One is short term. The other one is long term. Short term is 2 months. Long term is 6 months. And I will show you the short term study. Yeah, this is the black raspberry powder. We use the dry powder. We do not use extract. Because extract, if we use extract, we need to identify the toxicity. We use the whole dry black raspberry powder. And I will show you. This is the criteria for enrollment and also exclusion criteria. Of course, we enroll the clinical dementia ratio only 0.5. It means very weak dementia patients. All right, so this is the study design. I don't want to repeat anymore, but I will show you the results. I think here, this is also totally enrolled 21 subjects. And we can see the first interesting thing. After the intervention of black raspberry dry powder, every day, 50 grams, 2 times, one in the morning, 25 grams, the other one in the afternoon, 25 grams. Just easy, just mix in water, and they can drink very easily. At the beginning, I also think maybe it's difficult to drink, but I drink it, yeah, it's good. Yeah, so it's very interesting. So it can help to reduce the body fat and BMI. As we know, most dementia patients, they have an obesity and overweight problem. Okay, so this is also evidence. But it's very interesting because we can find that for MPK, no change, but for the adiponectin, they can help to regulate the body lipids metabolism, and it's also greatly increased after the supplementation of black raspberry powder. Why it doesn't work? Can you push or move for me to next slide? Okay, all right. So this is for the TAC also increased. Okay, but one thing here, I remember that is for the dementia analysis, actually CDR from 0.5 to 0. So it's very interesting. So now we have a big scale and a longer, about 6 months of intervention. All right, I know the time is very limited. I will finish in 1 minute. So this is my medical university, Zhongshan Medical University. This is we have a medical center. Yeah, we have 1,500 beds. Yeah, so I need to work in hospital and also in our campus. This is my research team. Yeah, they are almost 30 staffs from 10 countries. Yeah, so English is the official language in my laboratory. Yeah, so now I still have several foreign students from India, Pakistan, Thailand, Indonesia, Russia. Yeah, And sometimes we have friends, students from Europe and the United States. Yeah. So if you have interest, welcome to join our team. As I mentioned, we have 3 divisions. Yeah. So also welcome you to join our team, no matter to work as a research assistant, or if you have interest for PhD degree or master degree, I can open the position for people from Indonesia. Of course, I can provide a scholarship. My job in my lab usually is to get the grants. So, I have to travel a lot. Yeah, one is for the UN mission, but the other one, I also promote some global cooperation. Yeah, so we can cooperate with each other, which is every country. Okay, so the time is limited. I believe most of you, you have some basic knowledge, so I do not introduce the details. But basically, you have to know, if you can understand the scientific logic and also structure, I think that's quite important. Yeah, so I said to you, my introduction usually by story style. You can see the results. If you have interest, you can contact with me. The society can provide my email address. You can also find my email address very easily from website. Yeah, just contact with me directly. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ching Huang. As always, excellent presentation, and we learned a lot. Thank you for your warm invitation. Hopefully, not only for the PhD pursued student, but also the old PhD like us, I mean like me, can be invited in your institution as exchange something. Okay, yeah. We will have a lot of discussion after this, but before that one, there will be another invited speaker from far away. That is Professor Robert Brinkman, PhD. He is the Dean of College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. Sciences. It's a little bit unfamiliar for me, but it's really nice. He's from the Northern Illinois University, and after we talk a lot about the natural science information, we will move a little bit to humanity, because the next topic should be functional food and consumer behavior in USA. Before that one, let me introduce him. So, yeah. As a senior leader with more than 20 years of higher education and administrative experience, he has a lot of collaboration, administrative experiences, of course, awards, and also a lot of positions. Yeah. So let me try to make it short, because I have 7 pages. So it should be very hard to make it 5 minutes, isn't it? So the first, his education is from geography faculty, I think, University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee. He got the PhD from this university, also the MS degree from geology, and also the BS study from the University of Wisconsin in Oshkosh. He has a lot of administration experiences. The first, as I mentioned before, he is still the Dean of College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. And he is also the Vice Provost for Research and the Dean of Graduate Studies, also the Directors of Sustainability Studies. Another positions before, he was the chair of Department of Geography in University of South Florida. And yes, he got his professor from the Department of Geography, University of Florida. He also active for publications because he also being an editors in associate editor in Journal of Cave and Karst Studies. And also he has the editorship in the Southern Geographer. And he also the guest of co-editor of a special issues of the Journal of Cave and Karst Study focused on karst and sustainability. So recent board membership and leadership roles in professional organization. Professor Brickman is the board member for the Northern Illinois Research Foundation from 2021, 21st, until now. He is the interim president on the board, 2023. So the key publications, got a lot of publication, but here I try to introduce you several publications in 2013. That is in the title is Paragraph. He is the editors, I think, in Paragraph Handbook of Practical Sustainability. Is forthcoming now. And then he also have several publication, for example, Practical Sustainability, a guide to a more sustainability life, and then Introduction to Sustainability. There will be a second edition published by John Wiley and Sons, and then Case Studies in Suburban Sustainability. This is published by University Press of Florida. And then the other three is Environmental Sustainability in Time of Change, Handbook of Sustainability, Case Studies and Practical Solution. And the last one is Introduction to Sustainability. Still one, sorry, I missed it. The Science and Policy of Sinkholes in Florida. Interesting topic, of course. But the most interesting for us, of course, because today he wants to deliver the title that is very related for us. Until now, we just know about the functional food in surrounds, but now we have an opportunity to hear about the functional food and consumer behavior in USA. Professor Robert Brinkman, are you around with us now? Yeah, he is there. So, audience is yours. 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. And thanks so much to Her Royal Highness for the comments that were delivered earlier. Also, it's great to see old friends, Rector Eddie Hamad and Professor Ambar Rukmini. Congratulations on putting together this wonderful conference. It's a real honor to be with you this morning in Indonesia and this evening here in the United States. I'm going to share my screen so I can show my slides. Let's see here. It's not allowing me to, well, maybe this will allow me to. Aha, here we go. There, I think we're ready to go. First, a little bit about the organization of this paper. I want to define functional food in the US context, and then provide some examples of the ways that the US government manages food information and food nutrition. Then move on to some of the challenges to the development of functional food in the United States, and then move on to some final thoughts. So let's get started. So what is functional food in the US context? Well, first of all, functional food, which is broadly defined in the United States as food that has specific health benefits, is not a term that is used widely. Indeed, the term is sometimes considered unclear, as really anyone can make claims about the functionality of a particular food source. For example, if I were a cabbage farmer, I could claim that my cabbage has special health properties because of the local soil in the region. This would be very hard to prove, of course. Perhaps it does have special health properties. However, it also could just be regular cabbage. Of course, cabbage is good for all of us and would be considered a functional food on its own, but the specialness of that particular cabbage makes the credibility of functional food suspect in the traditional American food market. And many products claim that specialness, and many products claim that specialness in the American market. And there are a lot of products that claim to have health benefits without very particular detailed evidence. To understand this issue in the United States, it's worth taking some time to consider the US guidelines that impact how we consider functional food. I want to do this within three broad categories: food labeling, organic food, and regulation of supplements. First of all, let me talk about food labeling. Within this regulatory framework, there are really two main focal points: the healthy label and nutritional facts. The healthy label is one that is in review a little bit in our country, and frankly, there's a little bit of distrust around the term healthy among American consumers. This is in part because cigarette smoking was sold to Americans many decades ago as healthy, even though tobacco companies knew that the product was bad for public health. As a result of that, the US Food and Drug Administration has defined the term healthy for product labeling in the 1990s. This is an optional label, and products can use it if they meet certain criteria associated with limited fats, sugars, and salts, as well as particular nutrient content. As I noted, this labeling started in the 1990s, and it's getting an update this year right now. Nutritional facts labeling contains a huge amount of information for consumers, and every product sold on the market has this type of labeling in the United States. It will include things like serving size, calories per serving, and the nutritional content per serving. The nutritional content includes things like percent daily intake per serving of things like total fat, cholesterol, sodium, carbohydrates, protein, and distinct vitamins. Plus, the labels may use words like high to indicate high amounts of some nutrients, 20% or more of the daily requirements for a particular nutrient. There's a product on the market that is high in calcium, for example, would have 20% or more of calcium content than a normal product of the same type. If it states that it is a good source of a nutrient, it would have 10 to 19% of the daily requirement of that nutrient. Similarly, there are label requirements for stating things that are reduced or less in a particular nutrient. For example, a product labeled reduced salt must have 25% or less salt than the standard product. The term less is used similarly. We also use the term light to indicate that there has been between 1/3 or 1/2 of the fat reduced, depending upon normal fat content of the product. And so you can see that these terms are very technical, but provide a sense of consumer confidence in the ability to understand the nutrient content of food. Now, some states require calorie content on even restaurant menus, and it's typical to see calories listed in fast food restaurants and in some chain restaurants in the United States. Plus, because there is so much information about the nutrient content of food, there's been an explosion of apps that can be used for food tracking. The apps are used in a wide range of applications from weight reduction to bodybuilding. One of the most popular apps that is used to track food intake is one called MyFitnessPal. It has over 200 million users and is the #1 ranked health and fitness app in the United States. It has a massive library of nutritional information with new products entered all the time. Using the app, you can set nutritional goals and build a diet around them. It is used quite a bit in professional sports, and it's also used by vegans to track protein intake. None of this would have been possible without the requirements for product labeling by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Let's move to another area of food regulation in the United States, organic food. Many people are surprised how heavily regulated organic food is in the United States. The regulation of organic food started in the late 1990s and has been in place for just around 30 years. The term is defined by a rather lengthy law that is too complex to review here. Suffice it to say that there are distinct rules that farmers and food processors must follow if they want to make an organic claim of the food. Much of this revolves around how the food is grown, specifically the use of natural fertilizers and pesticides. And however, the law is quite complex and includes a range of other information, such as guidelines on food processing and how animals are fed. It's important. Are you able to see the slides, by the way? Yes? Okay, I'll keep going. It's important. Finally, let me return to the nutritional supplement world. At the outset, it's important to stress that this is an unevenly regulated area in the United States. The U.S. regulates what is in the product, but it does not regulate healthy claims. Thus, if you are buying a product that is 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C, that product will have that vitamin C. But the U.S. government does not tell you whether or not it's good for you to take the product. Thus, you can go to a nutritional supplement store in the U.S. and buy a range of vitamins, minerals, or proteins, but there's no one in the store that will tell you what to take for what reason. While most would agree that a daily vitamin is good for you, there are few physicians or health experts telling people to take these supplements. However, they are available widely in a variety of settings. Now, let me turn to how Americans consider functional food. I do this by looking at a number of metrics, such as market share of organic food to the number of vegans in the US. While none of the statistics I'm presenting is a clear indication of functional food support, it does provide a bit of a proxy for understanding consumer attitudes towards functional food. However, before I share that, I think it's worth showing some statistics that demonstrate the way that consumers approach the state of the American diet in the US. In the United States, obesity rates have tripled since the 1960s. There are a number of reasons for this. There are fewer homemakers staying home and preparing food, and there's a greater reliance on high-calorie, fast processed food. Plus, the pace of American life has quickened, and more people are eating in restaurants or on the go. The distribution of obesity trends tends to be among poorer, rural Americans, and there are some states where even the most affluent are among the most obese. The increase in obesity has, of course, led to a range of health ills across the country. According to the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, the total diabetes cases in the US has increased greatly in the US to the point that nearly 14% of the adult population is impacted by this disease. But even though heart disease is down, largely because of medicines like statins that control cholesterol, nevertheless, the American population is seeing a range of health problems associated with obesity and a bad diet like never before. Of course, there are many in our country advocating for access to clean and healthy food. That is why the US government works so hard on things like food labeling, and why we are seeing that there are some areas of the country that are moving to lower obesity rates. Colorado and Hawaii, for example, are known for promoting healthy lifestyles and have some of the lowest obesity rates in the country. But let's take a look at consumer preference for the American diet compared with the dietary recommendations by the US Department of Agriculture. This graph shows the American diet broken down in the 5 major food groups: meat, eggs, nuts, grains, vegetables, dairy, and fruit. And as you can see, the American diet has changed from the 1970s. Generally, in the 1970s, the only group that Americans ate at or above the recommended levels were meat, eggs, and nuts. Now, in our era, the amount has increased to over 40% of the recommended levels, and Americans have gone over recommended levels in grains, but still fall far below recommended levels in dairy, fruit, and nuts. It's worth taking a moment to consider the quality of the food that is being consumed. Much of the American meat diet is produced in factory farms where the animals are treated with a variety of hormones and techniques to produce rapid growth. The ethics of this aside, many have concerns about the environmental sustainability of these mega farms due to pollution and waste. Indeed, the American industrial food system, while extremely efficient, is criticized across the board for producing food in ways that are antithetical to traditional American agricultural systems that are more in line with functional food production. It's therefore worth examining organic food sales in the US to look at how consumers are reacting to industrial scale agriculture. As you can see from this graph, organic food sales have increased 5-fold in less than 20 years. This ballooning of sales demonstrates that Americans are increasingly seeking to find alternatives to industrial agriculture and fast food culture. Likewise, there's been a growing interest in plant-based meat substitute products in recent years as more Americans try to eat less animal meat. In the last decade, sales of plant-based meat substitute products have doubled, and some of this increase could be the result of more Americans moving to veganism. It's estimated that 1 to 4% of Americans are vegan. However, it's likely that many are what I call veganish or vegan fluid. What this means is that they're significantly reducing but not eliminating meat from their diets while finding more sources of plant-based protein for substitute for meat. I think the best evidence for the good food revolution in the United States comes from some interesting data from the US Department of Agriculture. They highlight that there has been a tremendous growth in farmers markets in the country from only 1,755 in 1994 to nearly 10,000 in the current era. This growth has transformed large and small communities by creating regular locations where small producers can sell their products. In my community of DeKalb, Illinois, for example, our farmers market has small vegetable farmers, a mushroom producer, bread and dessert makers, and craftspeople who sell their wares every Thursday throughout the growing season. Another indicator of change is the growth of community-sponsored agriculture, or CSA, in the United States. A CSA is a farm, typically a small farm, that sells shares of the production of the farm to local buyers. For example, if 100 people own a share of a farm, each shareholder gets deliveries of 1/100th of the produce produced every week. The shares are typically picked up or delivered. And what's interesting about the CSAs in the United States is that they not only produce fresh fruits and vegetables for shareholders, but they also become local community centers where people can learn about sustainable agriculture, food storage, crafts, and a variety of other initiatives, including understanding functional food. In the last several years, CSA sales have increased 5-fold. Certainly, farmers markets and CSAs are not only competitive with industrial scale agriculture at this time in the United States, they're not competitive, but they are changing the conversation around what it means to have access to clean and healthy food in the United States. I want to say just a few words about the vitamin and supplement industry in the United States. Vitamins and supplements are not widely regulated or prescribed, and there's a great deal of personal choice over whether or not to take them. Over the last decade, supplement sales have nearly doubled. This is in part because of an aging population, greater interest in sports nutrition, and a more personally directed approach to health. The Center for Responsible Nutrition notes that 77% of adults take some type of nutritional supplement in the United States. And given that most adults do not eat a balanced diet based on what we talked about earlier, this means that more and more Americans are relying on pills to meet their nutritional demands. The kinds of supplements that people are taking is interesting. By far, the most common supplement is a multivitamin, followed by vitamin D and C. But protein supplements are also popular, as are green tea, turmeric, which are the only herbs on the list, and omega-3 fatty acids. Probiotics, vitamin E is also popular, along with the minerals calcium, magnesium, and iron. What does this all mean in terms of functional food in the United States? First of all, it has to be stressed that the US takes a very quantitative approach to measuring nutrition in food. As a result of this, it's very easy to design a diet for your own nutritional needs. However, this does not mean that functional food is widely selected by Americans. Indeed, the American diet is highly dependent on industrial scale agriculture and fast, convenient food. These sources are not always the best food for one's health. They tend to be high in calories, high in fat, and low on nutrition. The access to this type of food has led to high obesity rates and growing incidence of diabetes. Because of the poor diet of many Americans, more and more adults are relying on supplements to augment their diets. And the ballooning supplement industry, along with growing reliance on pharmaceuticals to reduce the impact of heart disease and diabetes, has more and more Americans not relying on functional foods to maintain a healthy lifestyle. They're living well largely through pills. However, there's a growing counter to this trend in the United States. We have seen more and more people reject corporate agriculture and fast food. Farmers markets, organic food options, and community-sponsored agriculture are expanding rapidly. At the same time, we're also seeing growing interest in plant-based protein options and veganism. All of these trends have implications for sustainability in the United States. Industrial agriculture has done significant damage to a range of ecosystems in the United States, from the Gulf of Mexico dead zones to groundwater pollution in the Great Plains. Any movement towards smaller agriculture, organic food production, and other functional food initiatives will improve the sustainability of our country greatly, while also creating a healthier population less reliant on supplements and pharmaceuticals. It's worth noting that we expect to see a significant disruption in global food systems as a result of global climate change. Industrial scale agriculture is particularly vulnerable as it tends to rely on single crops that are planted over vast areas. Smaller scale, local, and more diverse agriculture is far more resilient in a changing climate. And it's my hope that small farmers who are providing a great deal of local access to functional food will help guide the way in the challenging years ahead. Thank you so much for your time and patience with me.
Thank you very much, Professor Robert Brinkman, for your very informative information that we need to know, especially for the functional food and nutraceutical yes, scientists and also the practices. So we will have another 10 minutes for the panel discussion according to the SOPs, am I right? So I can invite all of the, all of the speaker, and of course, Prof. Brickmans, please be patient in your position. And Prof. Chin Kun Hwa, would you please come to the podium? So. Yeah, sorry, I don't know because it said that moderator should be there and two speaker there, but now Professor Brickman is there. Should I go there? So yeah, please. Yeah, thank you so much. So it's easier than looks like we separate so far away. So I cannot see Professor Brickman there. Yeah. So today we have already heard about some many perspective of functional food and nutraceuticals. Once makes us sure that our gut come to our brain, so it means functional food should be there, and also the nutraceuticals. And then we also heard about what is actually the meaning of functional food and nutraceuticals in USA. This is time for the audience to explore more about the invitation. So I invite maybe three, yes, we have Professor Tejasari and we have Bu April. So would you please help me to deliver the microphone? Because we have also the audience online, so I think they can hear if we use the microphone. Okay, thanks a lot. So first is Professor Tejasari. She is there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please mention your name and the question to whom you address for the question. Yeah.
My name is Tejasari from Food Nutrition and Health Group Research, University of Jember. My question is only one about health claim. How the product could be have the health claim? Is it needed or based on the clinical trial, or is it okay only from the preclinical trial for nutraceutical and functional food in USA? Thank you.
Okay. So it means that the question should be addressed to Professor Brinkmans. Okay. Okay, we collect first all of the question. The next should be Ibu April. Where are you? She is there already. Okay.
Thank you, moderator, for the time. Thanks to the speakers, Prof. Chin Kun Wang and also Prof. Bridgman. It's very interesting material. I have a question for both, Bu Hani. It's okay?
No problem. Feel free. The third then should be.
The first one is for Prof. Chin Kun Wang. It is interesting, and I heard that you have mentioned also about too short for consumption or too long and effect in our health. At the moment, I forgot. My name is April. I'm from Widya Mandala, Surabaya, and also from P3FNI, Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. Continue again. Sorry about that. At the moment, we encourage society to have a diversification, so diverse food component. When we consume in our plate and diverse food products with many content of bio-antioxidant and bioactive component, etc., I was wondering, what is exactly the dietetic rules to guarantee that we can got the opportunity while the side effects of this consumption will affect other side of the diseases or other homeostatic situation, regulation, etc. It is my question for Prof. Chin Kun. The second one is for Prof. Brickman. Brickman. It's very interesting also for the survey about consumer behavior. I have research on that in Indonesia with my friend from management department. And we found that in Indonesia, the market to buy functional food, even though this millennial generation, they still have a preference on traditional market instead of modern market. Compared to the presentation of Prof. Brixman, there was a small scale agriculture and share with several community about that. I was wondering whether in US, because of from high technology food production and agriculture using a lot of sophisticated agricultural technology, whether the society with the understanding of functional food like what you have prepared before, they change also into the better behavior for food consumption because of agriculture dissemination to the young generation, or because of the understanding itself, they change toward the way to behave for consumption and sustainability for agriculture. Because a small will be very different effect on the environmental compare the big company to produce the product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I do hope that Professor Brickman have the bottom line of the question, but before to Professor Brickman, because you have two, so I give to the one who have one question. Okay. Yes, please, Prof. Chinkun. Yeah.
All right, Professor April, yeah, very nice to see you here. Actually, your question is very interesting. I just suggest food is food, medicine is medicine. Yeah, at this moment, functional food and nutraceutical are very popular around the world. However, it's very difficult to challenge the pharmacy. This is real. So I suggest maybe you can focus on the improvement on our digestive tract. That's better. Yeah. And for the other function, I suggest clinical trial is available. Yeah. So as you know, in Asia, especially in Japan, Taiwan, China, if we would like to get a certificate of functional food or nutraceutical, we need to have the scientific evidence. In Taiwan, in the past, we also accept animal studies, but recently we change. Yeah, we prefer the human clinical trial first. Yeah, but for foods, I also suggest maybe the whole foods, functional foods, may be better because the nutraceuticals usually that's some kinds of extract. You need to identify the safety, toxicity, even the potential side effects. Yeah, so also not only the nutraceutical, even pharmaceutical medicine, also the same. The efficacy is impossible to have 100% because the personal difference. So now we always call that the personalized medicine, personalized health or nutrition. But in one way, maybe precision. Precision is very important. But precision is based on the big data, the personal microbiome, and also maybe the personal epigenetic genotype. Yeah, so I suggest maybe for nutraceutical and functional food, the way to the public health, we have good position. I don't want to challenge the pharmacy because based on the background of pharmacy, a lot of requests and criteria is not so easy for scientists or nutritionalist. Yeah, so I think maybe we have to run the other way. Yeah, but you know, every university or every laboratory, you have your own major. It's impossible to do everything. So I suggest if you have some global cooperation, that's a good idea. Also cross organization, that is better. I mentioned about the Indonesian students. I like them very much because they work very hard. Yeah, so some Indonesian students in my lab, for example, Johannes, well, he is quite good. Yeah, Johannes from Professor Epinay University. He is very, very excellent. Yeah, so, but from zero to now, he learns everything, no matter the scientific or technical skills, everything. Yeah, that is perfect. So this is the reason why I will still welcome Indonesian students to my lab. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I do agree. Medicine is medicine. Functional food is another way because medicine usually targeted to the sick people, is right? For functional food, everybody can eat that one freely. So the approach should be different. Because I measured by myself. Last night I ate a lot of satay kelata and I'm still alive. You see? So everybody just said, don't do that. Tomorrow you will have a big event. No worries. Yeah. So, okay. Sorry for interruption, but I have to give the opportunity because time runs so fast. Yes, Professor Brinkman, can you answer the audience about? There is 2 questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, first a little bit about the clinical trials with functional food in the U.S. One of the and Professor Wang highlighted this quite a bit that a lot of the large pharmaceuticals really dominate the clinical trial world, and you don't see a lot of tests of functional food and health and nutrition in the United States as much as you see pharmaceuticals trying to provide a pill that people pay for to deal with particular illnesses. So that, unfortunately, is something you don't see very much of. There is some. I don't want to say there's none, but it's not as extensive as say, organic chemical pharmaceuticals for basic health maintenance. And a little bit about the small-scale agriculture question. One of the challenges, I think, in the United States is that we're so reliant on large-scale agriculture, and we've lost a lot of small-scale farms historically. I grew up in an agricultural area where there were many of my friends were from farming families, and those farms are all gone, and they've been coalesced into these giant industrial-scale agricultural systems that some of them have thousands of acres of just one single crop that go on forever. And so the idea of rebuilding a local food system, rebuilding local foodways is something that a lot of Americans are very focused on right now to try to rebuild local food systems and rebuild healthy diets in the United States. You know, because of the agricultural food system, there's also been a change in consumptive patterns where a lot of more food is processed, less of it is local, less of it is fresh. And many people are trying to really transform that in the United States to make it to lessen the impact of industrial scale agriculture.
Okay, hopefully, yes. I think it's online with my idea that functional food is actually not about the products, but more like philosophy, how we can use foods to prepare us and to chase away the disease come to us. So that's kind of philosophy it should be there. Unfortunately, yes, for the shortcut, it's maybe not that easy because to change the idea is not easy, bro. Yes.
I would like to introduce the platform I am setting up now. Actually is under the support of national program from Taiwanese government and also under the support of UN. This platform, I think in the future, when it's well established, I can also provide to Indonesia. From the platform, you can understand what kind of symptom or what kind of healthy issue of the individual, and you can find the solution. Yeah, for example, what kind of any kinds of nutrient deficiency, and maybe they have some healthy issue, for example, fatigue, pain, back pain, or something. Yeah, we would like to make this kind of link, and if you have the link, yeah, you can match the good food supply and also agricultural growth. This is very important. For agricultural production, need to meet the criteria of the people in every country. And also for the food technologists or the scientists, you can do more for the people. And you need to know what is the real need of the people in your country. Yeah, so I hope in the near future we can provide this system, and also you can use in Indonesia because it can be translated into Indonesian
community.
Yeah. So
yes. So yeah, we use already 8 minutes from the allocation. Maybe just a brief question, one question if there are any. Is there any? Yeah, please make it a brief. Oh, where is the microphone? It's not here. Actually, there should be. Yeah.
Special. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Nur Hayati. Come from University of Jember. My quick question: we sure that functional foods and nutraceutical is good, and good. How we can to control that we consume more the functional foods to control. Maybe
not
with
over.
exercise, yes, over. And the second, maybe there any good relation antidepressant compound and with anti-Alzheimer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So please answer with a quick question and with a quick answer.
Okay. Yeah. So in my personal opinion, many people are confused that functional foods. Oh, I can take different kinds of functional foods, different kinds of capsule in one time. Is this good health? No, I'm not sure. But you do not forget the primary nutrients is carbohydrate, lipid, protein. They can provide energy, and only from the foods they can provide different kinds of nutrients, micronutrients, and also phytochemicals. So keep in your mind, from your major is not only the extract. The good food and also correct food type is very important in the future.
Yes, Sensei, because now we have a very big problem with, we gave the functional food for elderly people to the young people, especially with the still growth. So we got the problem with the stunting, and it's become more stunting because they're saying that functional food is good. So it should be good also for the 5 years, 3 years, 2 years.
Yeah,
something
actually
like
evidence-based.
Yeah.
For
so
elderly, they have some swallowing problem. Yeah, so maybe you can develop some food types, good for chewing and good for swallowing. Yeah, and good for elderly, but containing these kinds of functional foods.
So once again, functional food is not always good food for everybody. That is the bottom line, maybe. So yes, I think we use a little bit 1 minute more. We have another speakers. There will be opportunity for you to asking in that session. Without any delay, I would like to invite you once again to our prominent speaker. A big applause for them. Thank you, Professor Brickmans and also Professor Chin Kung Wang. He is the hero of our association because he is the one of the witness when we have the kick-off meeting in Yogyakarta 12 years ago, and he's still here. So we have to big applause also for his support for Elvis. So with this one, I think we have to finish this one, this session. Thank you to Ibu Gusti Ratu Mangkubumi, and also for the deliverer, Ibu Ayu. Sorry, I mix all together. Yeah, and also to all the speakers, the audience, for the very lively question and answer session. So I will give this session to the Master of Ceremony. Do apologize for any burden. Thank you. See you.
Thank you so much, Professor Hani Wijaya, that helped us to lead the discussion with the speakers. Also, thank you so much to Dr. Honoris Causa, Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, that represented by Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti STMSC. And thank you to our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Chin Kunwang, also Professor Dr. Robert Brinkman, for bringing us to such an insightful topic. We would like to give a high appreciation to the keynote speakers and invited speakers, also to the moderators, and the appreciation certificate will be given by Professor Umar Santoso, and also the souvenir from Universitas Widya Mataram by Professor Ambar Rukmini. First, for Dr. Honoris Causa, Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, that represented by Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti. Please come to the stage. And the second for Professor Dr. Chin Kunwang. And the last but not least, for Professor Hani Wijaya.
I asked for the online speaker.
With the session of appreciation certificate already implemented, then the first plenary session of this seminar has ended. And now we still have another insightful presentation from our sponsor today, that are PT Genetika Science Indonesia. So for first, please welcome Bapak Marvel Lewis Santoso from Genetika Science Indonesia. For Bapak Marvel Lewis Santoso, the time is yours.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be here today in this nice conference. So, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Marvel from Genetica Science Indonesia. We are a top life science region distributor and also services in Indonesia, helping with research in Indonesia, mostly in academia and also research institute, and some of our client also in the industry. Maybe in this first half, I will introduce a little bit about our company. Okay, so this is the line of product that we are offering from the cell culture and then immunology, labware, and also cell tissue, and then too fast, too fast. Back, is it working? And then these are the line of services that we are mostly working on the genomic and then also transcriptomic, and recently we are also dive into proteomics and also metabolomics. And next slide will be, this is our partners, brand partners. Okay, so short introductory from us about Genetica Science. Maybe I can start from the things that I would like to introduce to you all about our services, which is metagenomic analysis. This is it is a tool that we can use to in our research. In this case, I would like to introduce you all how to use this tool in maybe in your research. So what is metagenomic analysis? For example, we do know that microbiomes are involved in food, and also we can find them in our gut. And maybe the question that we would like to ask is, what is the profile of microbiomes in the food that we are fermenting, for example? Or maybe I would like to know what is the effect of food or substance that we give to someone in their gut microbiome. So the classical way of this analysis will be we will extract, or we will take the microbiomes from the food, for example, and then we purify, and then we purify the microbiomes, and then we take the DNA, and then we do the PCR to identify what kind of bacteria they are. For this kind of experiment, we do this kind of service in Genetica Science. So if any of you would like to learn more, we can discuss it next. And then, but for that kind of experiment, we can only identify one for one of the time. So not all of them, all of the microbiomes that we found in the samples can be identified this way. So the alternative solution would be we purify each of all of the microbiome microbe that we found in the samples, and then we do the sequencing one by one, which is really time consuming and laborious. And there's also a consideration with which kinds of media that we must use to separate them and also what kind of incubation condition that we should use for this kind of samples. Luckily that in this recent sequencing technology that it allows us to do the sequencing all of the not one by one, but all of them is simultaneously, which means that we can take all the DNA from the samples and then we can sequencing them at the same time. So, yeah. Which allows us to see in bigger picture what bacteria that exists in this sample. One of the methods that we can use is called amplicon sequencing, which is basically we use only one of the genes that is found in the samples. For example, 16S, which is used for the bacteria, for identify bacteria in the sample, or ITS sequence that we can use to identify all the fungi in the samples. So as an example, this kind of sample, we have a sample that we run with ITS or 16S, and we can get the profile of the bacteria or the fungi in the sample. But what if we not only want to see the bacteria or the fungi, we also want to see all of the organism in the samples, not limited to only bacteria or the fungi. Then the other methods that we can use is called shotgun metagenomics sequencing, which basically we can sequence all the genomic DNA in the samples, and we can see what kind of bacteria, archaea, or fungi, or yeast, or even the virus that exists in the sample. So in summary, the methods that we can use, there's plenty of them, and we in genetic science can do all of this kind of experiment. We can help you with what kind of experiment that you want to do based on the genomics or transcriptomics data. Maybe I will give a little bit of example to give an idea what can we use this technology or what tools that we can use to what kind of scientific question that we would like to answer. For example, one of the case is some of the cheese producer found that some of their cheese developed this pink coloration in their cheese, which is kind of puzzling because they did all the fermentation of the production of the cheese is I could say very good, but they still develop some of the cheese that they produce develop this pink coloration. So they would like what caused this coloration on their product. So what they did, they took DNA samples from the cheese that is good and then cheese that developed this pink coloration, and they tried to see what the profile or microbial profile from these two samples, and they saw that in the cheese that developed a pink coloration, they found a species called Thermus. This genus of bacteria they found is able to develop or to produce lycopene, red color dye. So they suggest, oh, okay, so this cheese has been contaminated by thermos. By that information, then they try to track where this thermos is coming from in their factory. And based on this information, they found that this bacteria is actually thermophilic, so they can survive in the hot water that been used to process the cheese. So by that information, that they can improve the production of the cheese, for example. The other thing is maybe we would like to improve the fermentation of coffee, because in one of the steps of coffee production, there's a fermentation step. Then we would like what bacteria and in what period or what step they are involved in, and such that. So in this research, they found that so they take samples in different timeline, and then they track what the population of microbial in the samples from, for example, I think it starts from 8 hours up to 3 days. Based on this data, we can see that there's a lactobacillus population in the samples that start grow in the, if I remember correctly, it start at the second day. So the population really dynamic. So it changed based on what condition, starting condition, and what's the end condition that we would like to give the fermentation. And then the other thing that we can do is also not limited to only microbial or microbes, bacteria, I mean, and then fungi. We can also expand our field into, for example, plants or animal. In this case, for example, we would like to authenticate if our meat is really what it says on the packaging. For example, we buy mincemeat that said that this mincemeat is 100% beef, but we would like to test it if it's really 100% beef. So we tested with one of the gene marker, and then we can see that, oh, if the product is really stating the truth, or maybe they add another additive or meat substance that looks like beef, for example. The other way is, for example, in plants, we can also authenticate based on what pollen that we can find in the honey, for example. In this research that I show you in the slide, they found that different species of bees collect from different types of flowers, even though they live next to each other. So they have their own profile of signature in the honey that they collect. So we can use that signature to authenticate which kind of honey that we have. So for example here, from Apis cerana versus Apis mellifluus, they have different profile of flowers that they collect. Then we can use that information to support that this honey is true, belongs to one of these species, for example. I guess that's that can I share for you today. But I hope this gives some insight for your next research. If you would like to discuss more with us regarding genomic methods research or transcriptomic, feel free to come us or contact us in the link I showed in the slide. I guess that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much to Bapak Marvel Lewis Santoso from PT Genetika Science Indonesia. But due to the limited time, I'm so sorry that the discussion session with our sponsor would be delivered during the coffee break or lunch session. And we would also give a high appreciation certificate to PT Genetika Science Indonesia, and the appreciation certificate will be given by Dr. Indah Apriliati. For Bapak Marvel Lewis Santoso, please come to the stage. Also, Dr. Indah Apriliati. With the session of appreciation certificate already implemented, then the first session of this seminar has ended. So we are going to have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and we are going back after 15 minutes at 10:55 and get insight from a second plenary session. There will be three invited speakers. There are the first Professor Dr. Edi Suwandi Hamid, MIC from Universitas Widya Mataram, and the second invited speaker from Professor Dr. Pavine Chinashoti from Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand that will join us by online platform. And the last one from Professor Dr. Doni Wirawan from Osaka University, Japan. Also, in the second plenary session, the discussion will be led by Professor Eni Harmayani. Professor Eni Harmayani is a Dean of a Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Universitas Gadjah Mada, also the Vice Chairwoman of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. Also, I would like to remind to all the parallel presenter, if you has not sent your presentation, please send your presentation to the email seminar.p3fni@gmail.com. And if you have a trouble on sending your email, please contact Miss Yunita and Miss Dina to help you us to solve the problem. So now let's take a 15-minute breaks, and I hope that all the participants can go back on time. See you again in the next 15 minutes. To all the participants, please gather again to the main ballroom because the time is already shows 11 a.m. and we gonna start the second session of the plenary session.
Bisa tolong
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the all participants of the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceutical, 28 and 29 September 2024, with the theme of cultural heritage and health sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food, organized by Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, and sponsored by Genetika Science Indonesia, Kapal Api Group, PT Fotokucemindo Reksa, PT Nutrifood Indonesia, Bank BPDDIY, Fiber Cream, and PT Yakult Indonesia. Now we will start the second plenary session, and in this plenary session, there will be 3 invited speakers. First, Professor Dr. Edi Suwandi Hamid MIC from Universitas Widya Mataram, and second, Professor Dr. Pavini Chinashoti from Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand that will join us by online platform. And the last one, Professor Dr. Doni Wirawan from Osaka University, Japan. Also, in the second session, the discussion will be led by Professor Eni Harmayani. Professor Eni Harmayani is a Dean of Faculty of Agricultural Technology, also the Vice Chairwoman of Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. So, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Eni Harmayani. To Professor Eni Harmayani, time is yours.
Honorable distinguished guests and participants, in this second plenary session, we will have 3 prominent speakers. Each speaker will give talk around 20 minutes. The first speaker, Professor Dr. Edi Suwandi Hamid, of Universitas Widya Mataram, Yogyakarta. Before he gave the presentation, I would like to briefly read the CV of Professor Edi Suwandi Hamid. So, Professor Edi Suwandi Hamid, education, Master from Faculty of Economic Thammasat University, and Doctor from Monash University. His position, job position of history of position, I think he has a lot of position, almost 1 page. Yeah. Currently, Professor Edi served as rector of Universitas Widya Mataram from 2017 up to now. Before, Professor Edi served as rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia from 2006 to 10 and 2010 to 2014. Also served as rector of Universitas Trisakti 2016. Currently, Professor Edi also served as commissioner of Consumer Protection Agency, and very interesting because he also journalist, yeah, and editor of Kedaulatan Rakyat. This is the newspaper of Yogyakarta, which very popular. He has also scientific work, printed book, and then a lot of publication and award. I think we no doubt about it. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Edi Suwandi Hamid to present his on the functional foods and nutraceuticals in an economic perspective. Please welcome and give a big applause to Professor Edi Suwandi Hamid. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As Prof. Eni mentioned, my background is economist. I don't have any background of agriculture. So today we discuss about the functional foods and nutraceutical in an economic perspective. So if we analyze from economic perspective, the role of traditional and functional food are improve the productivity, with due to the improve of health and also wellness. So with improved productivity, we can produce more and more products. And also with good health, we improve the life of expectancy. So in terms of economics, also it improve the production of goods and services. I think only that, if we discuss about the functional foods and nutraceutical in an economic perspective. Also, if we discuss about the organic products, as Prof. Brinkman mentioned in the first session. Okay, next. Oh, sorry. What's mean of functional foods and nutraceutical? I think for the common people, may don't know much about this kind of foods, even though they may have consumed that products. The functional foods is the foods containing components, nutrients, or non-nutrients that support a specific bodily function, promoting health and reducing disease risk. I think all of us in this room already know clearly about that definition. But as I mentioned before, maybe for the common people, maybe some of them don't know much about these foods, even they consume it. Historically, the food function and nutraceutical product has been consumed since the ancient city of the people. In the modern era, began in the 1980s in Japan with foods for specified health uses, for sure. I think in this room also many alumni from the Japan University, and they don't know they know much about this for sure. Global market growth driven by consumer health awareness. So our next question: how are the market conditions? Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the global production food market size, within 10 years is estimated doubling from 326.56 to 670.99. This again, if you look at from the market size, doubling within 2 years. This is the projections. We don't know the real one. What about the functional food? If you look at based on the region. Based on the region, the highest markets of these foods, mostly in the Asia Pacific, 36%, followed by North America. The Asia Pacific region dominates the nutraceutical markets, holding a 36% market share in 2023. And Africa, Middle East and Africa, only 2%, quite small. And also, if you look at in the Asia Pacific, the projection within 2 years also doubling the estimation. This means that the global commodity, the global community is increasingly awareness of consume healthy foods. This is also happened in Indonesia. In Indonesia, like other countries, the level of income and also the level of education increase, and the people of Indonesia improve in awareness to consume these products. So the people consume foods not just to satisfying themselves, but also concerned with the health. The next question, what are the economics implications? Ladies and gentlemen, when the demand increase or increasing in demand, it should be followed with the increasing of supply. So when we discuss about technological science, our questions is how to improve the production. We cannot just stimulate to increasing the consumers to consume the health foods, to consume functional foods, without stimulate also the production sides. If you look at the consumer behavior, health and wellness trends, consumers are increasingly driven by the health benefits of products, natural ingredients, and scientific backing for functional foods and nutraceutical. This shift is primarily due to rising health awareness globally. Also, the impact of COVID-19, this happened 3 or 4 years before. The pandemic accelerated the demand for products that improve immunity, so increasing the awareness and general well-being. There was a significant surge in the purchase of dietary supplements and functional foods during the pandemic. The consumer behavior also changed. Post-pandemic behavioral change include a stronger focus on preventive health care wellness. The demand for products supporting immunity and overall health continues to rise as consumers become more proactive about their health. What about the consumer preference? Health benefits, clean labels, and the use of natural ingredients are key factors influencing purchasing decision. Personalized nutrition and tailored health solutions are increasingly in demand as consumers look for products that address their specific health needs. This situation presents a significant opportunity for Indonesia, which is abundant in functional food potential due its historical background in traditional food that provide various health. So again, this is the potential to produce. In reality, the production of agricultural products in Indonesia still not can fulfill our demand. So many agricultural food product, we still import from many countries, including rice. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, this year predicted the rice imports more than 3 million tons. It's been the highest along Indonesian history. So that's our responsibility, especially for the technological agriculture export. What about the producer behavior? Focus on innovation and digitalization of supply chain. This, before, how to create the innovation with new technology in order to push the productions higher and higher, and also digitalization. This as an current era in the industrial revolution 4.0, we are very concerned very much with digitalization. It should be implemented in production of functional foods and nutraceutical. From not only in the upstreams, but also in the downstreams. It means that suppose the consumer or the producer, they when we digitalize, we support with maybe financial literacy, e-commerce, and other things. The last, the challenges and opportunities. The first one, the regulatory barrier. For instance, scientific backing required for health claims, suppose like EFSA in Europe, FDA in the USA, also BPOM in Indonesia. And also the high production costs due to rare ingredients and advanced technology. This, from the economic perspective, one of the bigger problem, because with low production, high demand, the price is increased, and purchasing power of the most people not can reach all for the expensive product. As we know, if we discuss about suppose organic farming, organic food products, that's very good commodity, very good for health. But for the common people, for the most people in Indonesia, suppose, the price still high. Not all the people can reach it. So again, from the technological side, how we can produce is higher and higher in order to improve the supply. what are the opportunities? Rising income and health awareness in emerging markets, and also innovation in foods, technology, and sustainable raw material development. So I think there are high opportunity in innovation, high opportunity in using advanced technology, sophisticated technology, and also potential in personalized nutrition, catering to individual health needs. Ladies and gentlemen, the last one for the conclusion. The first one, I just want to elaborate that the functional foods and nutraceutical show a significant growth potential, as mentioned in the table before. Despite the challenges, opportunities for innovation and expansion are strong, especially in emerging markets. The last one, sustainability, regulation, and consumer education are critical for future success to develop functional foods and nutraceutical food. Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Eddie, for nice presentation in different perspective, such as an economic perspective of functional food and nutraceutical. The next speakers will be delivered by Professor Dr. Pavini Chinnachoti. She is a food science from Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand. Will deliver presentation on cultural heritage and healthy sustainability, the role of traditional and functional food. Professor Pavini Chinnachoti is a chair of Food Innovation and Regulation Network in Thailand. She also advisor for Food Science and Technology Association in Thailand for STAT. Her education, PS in from Mahidol University, Master and PhD in Food Science from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, USA. She also Dean of Agroindustry, Faculty of Agroindustry in Prince Songkla University, 2011 to 2013. And Director of Nutraceuticals and Functional Food R&D Center, 2009 and 2011. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Pavini. Please, the time and online virtual media is yours. Thank you.
Pleasure to be presenting this seminar at the second international seminar on functional food and nutraceuticals in Indonesia. And I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person, but I hope the meeting has been going very well and the audience enjoy the activity. My name is Pavini Chinnachoti. I'm a chair of Food Innovation Regulation Network, or so-called FERN, which is a part of Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand. And I'm also on the board of director and the academic fellow for IUFOS. Today, I'd like to address, maybe perhaps share with you some of the insights about how our culture and food heritage and health sustainability are related. Particularly, I'm going to talk about the role of traditional food as functional foods. using some example from Thailand that we have been doing. If you look at the back in historic time, the human race has lots and lots of migration from one continent to others. And these are a number of years that migration had happened in the historic record from studies that's been done in the world. And you can see that there are a great number of migration from Eastern Africa, either up to go to Europe, but also go to Southeast Asia. And you can see that the number of years passed that end up us being in Southeast Asia with a very long heritage in this region. And being in Southeast region, meaning that you also have lots and lots of opportunity to receive cultural exchange between Southern Asia, Eastern Asia, and also some islanders. This has given us a very rich culture of mixing and blending people of different heritage together. And we have local wisdom in picking the right food ingredients for the dish of today. So that brings us to the question of what this food means to our body and, of course, our brains. So what food do we eat and how we should eat, take our food on a daily basis? And the question becomes, so today, concern about health and well-being. How are these foods that we get in indigenous location affect our body? Does it affect certain functions and organs? Does it affect our brain? And also, we always rely on our Asian wisdom of good food, good health. But as scientists, we always want to know more. And that is how we know that the food ingredients that we have on a daily basis and on our local indigenous location, these are high phytochemicals. They are spicy and they taste great, but also it contains a lot of great compounds that are good for our health. So we are embarked on health implication of Thai food, for example. So in order to address the issue of today, we need to talk about aging. Aging is a phenomenon that's occurred in our own body since we were born. But also what happened to our body in different parts of our lives actually are dictated by the type of genes and the type of biochemistry that we all have that may be different, but also the food that we intake. So as we grow older and older, there are a number of things that develop in our body that sometimes maybe not so pleasant. And this can cause diseases upon aging. So what is healthy aging? Healthy aging can be measured by obesity levels, for example. And it also can be measured from the food intake pattern. It can be measured by many other things. But food intake pattern of the local indigenous population, actually they can last that in their lifetime and have a very healthy long life. But also if you can see, if a population actually move to big city or change their lifestyle, they often end up with weight gain, obesity, and several other diseases that might come with them. So that brings us to the term metabolic syndrome. Metabolic syndrome is a collection of metabolic risk factors, including by obesity, insulin resistance, hypertension, and dyslipidemia. These risk factors are unequivocally linked to an increased risk of developing NCD or non-communicable disease, as you already know. So we are interested in metabolic syndrome, but also interested in its onset that can occur and lead to several other diseases in our lives. One of the most important things that can happen is really the central obesity that comes from oxidative stress, inflammation, and also it leads to a cascade reaction or occurrence in our body, such as glucose intolerance, insulin resistance, dyslipidemia, elevated triglyceride, low HDL cholesterol, high LDL cholesterol, hypertension, to name a few. A global view of diabetes epidemic for 2010 to 2030 are shown here. As you can see that elevating the prevalence of obesity has been upscaled very high in several regions in the world. In our Southeast Asia, we have about 47, close to 50% increase over the last 2 decades. But in some other regions, not so lucky, that they have endured very, very huge amount of increase in diabetes epidemic around the world. Unless we do something about it. As far as diabetes is concerned, there are 422 million adults that have diabetes, and that counts for about 1 in 11, which is quite high. And the kind of diabetes, it can lead to about 1.5 million deaths caused by diabetes. So a lot of us believe food is the answer to health. Food is the answer to control of glycemic index, control of insulin resistance. So we lead to a new name that it has been talked about for a long time in the last decade as well. It's functional food. What is functional food? Functional food is food with bioactive compounds that are not nutrients, but they are bioactive compounds that have the ability to be beneficial to our bodies in ways that we haven't thought about before. For example, functional ingredients that are immune booster, functional ingredients that support some body functions, such as muscle mass, such as brain health, such as eyesight, and it also help balancing our functions such as our gut microbiome, or improve biomarkers that relate to health and well-being, such as antioxidants, minerals, and so on. So food with function has been receiving a lot of interest, but what happens is that there are quite a great amount of polyphenols in these food ingredients, in which there are antioxidants, there are vasodilation effects, there are several physiological effects that are good. For example, you can have a chili soup, a chili pepper soup, that lead you to a great relaxation feeling because of flavonols, flavonones, isoflavonols, anthocyanidins. All these compounds are existing in this ingredient. So we need to understand the relationships between obesity and the cascades of reaction that occur in our body that leads to these diseases. So this is interesting because there has been some study to show that there are positive relationships found by systematic review that fruits and vegetable intake actually can reduce C-reactive protein and metabolic syndrome. And C-reactive protein is part of inflammatory factor measured in our blood. So in other words, the more fruit and vegetable you intake, the less C-reactive protein, less inflammation, and less metabolic syndrome. So this is an interesting phenomena where actually we all know our mom keeps saying, eat your fruits and vegetables. So we should follow our mom's words because that's good for your health. And for that reason, the fruits and vegetables rich in antioxidants that leads to anti-inflammatory factors can lead to reduced metabolic syndrome and reactive proteins. So now I'd like to lead to the review of some Thai food study we have done in the south of Thailand, and I hope that you can enjoy the interesting insights about culinary or traditional food that it may have some impacts. In Thai food, if you go to different regions in the country, northeast, northern, southern, and central Thailand, you see some region has a very steep relationship between these dots are different food dish. If you measure oxidative antioxidant property of that food and measure the phenolic compound, you can see a wonderful correlation in northeastern food, in northern Thai food, and southern Thai food. Only in the central Thailand food that doesn't really quite show much of anything because the amount of phenolic compound in a big city in Bangkok and surrounding area actually doesn't have much phenolic compound because they are a big city lifestyle, and therefore indigenous food is not very often used as it should be. But if you go to upcountry, you know that you can have a very good and healthy food with a number of good antioxidant properties. There's some research work that's done on Thai red curry paste, some research work done on Thai yellow fish curry, which is called Nam Ya Khanom Jeen. And I like to highlight this yellow dish because it's the work that's done by our research group in Prince of Songkhla University. So we have shown that this southern Thai food have antioxidative and anti-inflammatory property, no question. We also have shown that if you take mice and induce them to have diabetes, and you treat them with this extract, the aqueous extract of Nam Ya Khanom Jeen powder, you will see that this diabetic rat actually reduce the diabetic condition and can create antioxidative property to this food. And this is what Nam Ya Khanom Jeen looks like. It is a yellow curry that contains curcumin, cassia, and also some fish in there, including garlic and chili and so other thing. It's really, really nice dish. So what we did was we took these dish and we separate them with just aqueous separation, meaning that you just spin off the solid part and you leave us with just the liquid aqueous part. And we freeze dry them and we use that as the feed, as part of the feed, as different doses to diabetic rats. And now then we look at insulin resistance. This is the normal control. This is diabetic control rats. So the amount of insulin is high. And then when it's treated with metformin, it comes down back to normal. And the 3 other level of Nam Ya Khanom Jeen aqueous extract is the same. So this is the beauty of the aqueous, just the aqueous of the liquids of that curry actually has great potential. Here's HOMA IR, which is another way of measuring insulin resistance. Same result. Diabetic control, metformin, น้ำยาขนมจีน, the 3 levels, they all reach the same level as the normal control. Then we wonder what it would do to our oxidative stress factor. So we measure MDA or melanaldehyde, and it's found that the normal control, diabetic control, increase in MDA level, meaning that it has heightened oxidative stress. Metformin treated rats didn't decrease the MDA at all, because metformin is a drug that treats the symptom of diabetes but doesn't really influence the cause of diabetes. So in other words, it doesn't reduce oxidative stress of the body, so it remains high. But if you can see, น้ำยาขนมจีน extract, particularly the last 2 levels, actually managed to reduce MDA down to normal, and it's no significant difference between normal control and these other 2 น้ำยาขนมจีนextract. So in other words, our indigenous food that contain these herbs and spices actually have the ability to change the cause, the root cause of diabetes, that is, reduce oxidative stress. And it's gonna reduce metabolic syndrome. Okay, so this is really a phenomenal example of what our traditional ingredients, great number of ingredients, and these are contain a lot of micronutrients. And that leads us to whether local food actually can serve as functional food, as food ingredients. My mind say yes. Okay, there are ingredients that are already in many ingredients that we have locally. But what we don't know is that what happens to the mixture after you cooking it. And this is really where innovation can happen, when you start looking at these
Thank you very much, Prof. Pavini, for your nice presentation on the how traditional local food can serve as a functional food in Thailand. The third presenters from this session is Professor Dr. Doni Wirawan. He will give presentation on the dynamic of health or functional claim adoption and its consequence on the sales of food products. Professor Doni Dahana Wirawan is a professor of marketing, Graduate School of Economics, Osaka University. His education, Master and PhD from Graduate School of Economics and Management, Tohoku University, Japan. Dr. Ardiansa, colleague maybe, yeah? Same Tohoku University. Research interest in marketing model, marketing science, international business, and marketing, consumer behavior, statistic, consumer psychology, and also electronic commerce. So we will hear or we will watch the different perspective of functional food development. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Doni Dahana Wirawan. Please give applause to Dr. Doni.
Can I have a microphone? So, I prefer the. So, sama mikrofonnya kalau bisa ya. Oh, ada. Okay, so I like walking while speaking. So I do not prefer these tiny microphones. Okay, okay. So thank you for inviting me in this to share my research in this conference. I'm really honored to speak, to share my latest research, which might be related to some topics discussed in this conference. Okay. So as introduced, I am a professor in the marketing field. So I'm not talking about the efficacy of some ingredients or some food components. Instead, I will talk about the creations, the development, or perhaps the decline in the health food market in Japan. Okay, so here is the background of our study. So in 1980s, there was increasing interest in health among Japanese consumers. So they want to improve their health. They want to live longer, and they want to consume healthier products than before. And at the same time, the government, the Japanese government, they want to increase the health of their population, of their citizens, because they want to improve the productivity of the Japanese citizen or populations. And also they want to reduce the social costs. So in other words, they do not want to pay insurance for unhealthy people. Okay, so they want to reduce the money they pay to unhealthy people. Okay, and well, so companies, firms saw this trend as an opportunity. They know that consumers are willing to pay higher prices for healthy products. This means that they can increase their profit by providing the market with healthy products. And also the retailers. Retailers, they want to increase the proportion of products with high margins. They want to increase the assortment of healthy products because healthy product can be sold at higher price. That's the assumptions, okay? So there seems to be a consensus between the parties to create the healthy food market. So the question is how? So, okay. So I want to move on to the next slide, but I think it's okay. Oh, okay, it's working. Oh, that's it. So there's a need to create the health food markets, but the problem is that at that time, at the 1980s, there were abundant of products with unreliable health claims. Sometimes some of them are misleading. Okay, so we need to kick out those products with unreliable food health claims, right? But how we can rule out them from the markets? The key is to create government-supported claims, certification. So the government, so the government, okay, so the government decided to provide producers with food claim certifications, which is called FOSHU. So it is also mentioned by the Professor Eddie, FOSHU. So this is regulated, the regulations start in 1991. And they hope that by introducing FOSHU, they can assure consumer that the product with these symbols is already scientifically verified. So they hope consumer can buy the product with confidence, right? And they can choose the product with these symbols and not choose the product without these symbols. So naturally, the bad health claims product will be kicked out from the markets. That's the objectives. So this is the symbol. So this is the FOSHU symbols, and you can recognize in many products the FOSHU symbols. Now, so after some years after the introductions of FOSHU, what happened after? Some issues arise after the introduction of FOSHU. The first is that it takes time to get this verifications. So for the approval, normally it takes 2 to 3 years to get approved by the government. So it's so time consuming. So the efficacy that you claim in the product should be scientifically verified by a third party. Okay? So, and the cost is very high. It is said that it costs 200 to 300 million yen per product to get FOSHU symbols. So this difficulty in getting FOSHU has become a barrier for small and medium enterprises to enter the market. So they couldn't afford to get the FOSHU because the cost and the time is very high. And this creates another problem regarding the fairness. So Japanese people, they like fair society. But the FOSHU is not fair because this is for big companies. Small and medium enterprise is difficult to get FOSHU. Okay? So in 2014, so former Abe Shinzo, Prime Ministers, initiated another certification which is easier to get and less costly. So they call it Food with Functional Claim, FFC. So the FFC is introduced in 2015 by the Prime Minister, Abe Shinzo. And there is no symbols, but you can put FFC in Japanese like this, Kinose Hyoji Sokuhin. This is a Japanese word for FFC. You can put it in your package, front page package, but no symbols, no symbols. So it's different from FOSHU. So what the difference between FOSHU and FFC is that FOSHU is so complicated. It takes time and costly. But FFC, you just can prepare the applications and then attach some papers that support your claim, and then submit your application, and in 2 to 3 months you get the approval. So it's, well, 3 years compared to 3 months. It's different things, okay? For companies, it's different. It's for companies, it's opportunity cost, okay? Okay, so since 2015 in Japan, we have dual certification in Japan. FOSU and FFC. The former is hard to get, the latter is easy to get. Okay. So, so it's been 9 years since the introduction of FFC. So our research is questioning what happened in the market. So has the health food market been successfully created since the introduction of FOSU? So also we want to know, do firms benefit from the certification? In other words, did they get more profit from FFC and FOSU products? And then also we want to know whether consumers see FOSU and FFC product as different products. We want to know that. Ideally, consumer find FOSU as more healthier because it is verified in a scientific manner, and they want to pay FOSU product higher than FFC product. That's the ideal. But what is the reality? Let's see. So, okay. Okay, so we used weekly sales data of beverages product, 482 beverages products provided by the Nikkei Post Data in Japan. So the data cover weekly sales from July 2013 to July 2020. So it's a longitudinal data. So this is marketing researcher leverage. You cannot get this data. This is ours. Okay. 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 So in our data we have 219 FOSU products and 263 FFC products. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happened after the introduction of FOSU. Before that, we see the categories. They are so the number of products that is more popular is nutrition drinks, followed by soft drinks, wellness tea, and carbonated soft drink, and so on. So nutrition drinks is the most popular category for FOSU and FFC. If we break down them into FOSU and FFC, we can see this. So almost the same, except that FFC has more variety. So FOSU like concentrate on a few numbers of categories, but FFC is has more variety. Okay. So what about the health claims? So most of them are function that help people to reduce fat and reduce blood pressures, and also to decrease your blood sugar levels. That's the popular claims in this product. And then we can break down this into FOSU and FFC, and you can see here, FOSU, the number of claims is very limited compared to FFC. FFC, they can claim anything. Okay? You just bring a paper that support your claim, and then you got approved. Okay? So, for example, there is the vitality. Vitality is included in FFC, but not in FOSU. Maybe I'm not an expert in this field, but vitality perhaps is very difficult to approve scientifically. So FOSU is impossible, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see the cells. What about the cells? This is the cells of FOSU and FFC. The upper time series is the cell of FOSU, and the lower is for FFC. So FFC introduced in 2015. So at the first FOSU, well, there is seasonality, but stable. But after the introduction of FFC, decline. Okay. So by the end of 2022, it's like FFC seems to catch up for sure. Sadly, okay. This is the sales. How about the quantity? The quantity is was catch up earlier because, well, FOSU has higher price, but if we talk about quantity, okay, just see the quantity, and FFC catch up earlier, faster. So, okay, how about the number of products, FFC and FOSU? So FOSU formerly stable at the level of 120 products in the market, but after the introduction of FFC, declined. Okay, but FFC is continue to increase. Yeah. Okay, again, it is a sad reality. Okay, for you, but not for me. as a marketing. Okay. Now, how about the price? Well, we expected that FOSU should be price higher than FFC, right? But what happened? Let's see. Well, at the earlier stage, yes, FOSU was price higher than FFC, but gradually it's the difference between also is diminished, right? I think for some years later, the price of FFC will be higher than FOSU. Maybe. Who knows? Okay. So the problem is why this happened. We want to explain this phenomena. Why this happened? Is it the problem of the producer or the problem of consumers? We'll see it. Yeah, I think, yes, both. Yeah. So consumer didn't see the difference between FOSU and FFC. Yeah. And firms they see that FFC is more profitable than FOSU. So well, we are trying to find the reasons why this has happened. Okay. So for that purpose, we develop econometric models. So the number of FOSU product and FFC product is assumed to depend on the FFC quantity and price. Well, so if the sales of FOSU and FFC was doing well, so the firm will decide to increase or decrease the number of FOSU or FFC. Also price. So if they see that we can charge higher price, then they will add another FOSU or FFC product. Okay, so the model is like this. So this is the model. We have FOSU quantity and FFC quantity. They interact each other, but also the sales is governed by the number of products. Of course, this certainly. We also assume that price will play an important role here. So if price increase, this will increase the sales, the number of the sales. So price will affect the number of products. So if the price of FOSU continue to decrease, this will demotivate companies to introduce another fossil product, right? Okay, so this is the model, and we test this model empirically, estimate this model empirically using the data we have collected. And this is the result. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. So we used in SUR model, seemingly unrelated regression model. Yeah. So here is the result. So the fossil quantity is negatively influenced by FFC products. So if the number of FFC increase, this will negatively influence fossil quantity, fossil cells. So firms see the market and they, wow, we have more and more FFC product. So then we have to reduce our fossil. It's like that. And also here, the number of fossil product. The number of fossil product is negatively influenced by FFC quantity. So if FFC performs well, this will influence marketers or companies not to introduce fossil. So they will switch from fossil to FFC if FFC perform well. So look at the markets, see how FFC doing well. Why don't we see from fossil to FFC like that? This is this is a logical because fossil is high cost, right? And FFC is low cost. But the performance is of FFC is better than fossil. Yes, okay. So another interesting result is the price. The price of fossil is negatively influenced by FFC quantity. So if the sales of FFC increases, this will reduce the price of fossil. So firms, see the market. Oh, look at the fossil FFC sales; they are doing well. So we cannot charge a higher price. We have to lower our price to increase our sales. It looks like that. So this means that firms, over time, they cannot charge higher price for fossil products. And this will be decrease their motivation to launch a product with fossil label, right? Because, they cannot benefit from introducing fossil. Okay, so this is the conclusion, right? So why the sales of fossil has been decreasing since the introduction of FSC? So the reason is that the sales of fossil is negatively influenced by the number of FFC product. So many firms from small and medium enterprises, they continue to introduce FFC products, and this negatively influence fossil sales. And at the same time, fossil product is declining. This will automatically negatively influence the fossil cells. So, and the next mechanism is that why the number of FFC is continue to increase. The answer is that the sales of FFC is doing well. The consumer like FFC. Maybe they prefer FFC and fossil for the same level, maybe. So, and the price of FFC, they continue to increase. So you can sell FFC at a higher price This is interesting, right? Despite unreliable claims, okay? But people do know. People, well, I don't like to say this. People don't care. Consumer don't care. Yeah, for FFC, whatever. I just buy health product. Okay. And interestingly, okay, so, and also the manufacturers, they set, well, they can set the sales, the price of FFC higher than Foshu now. This is interesting, right? So, well, yes, it is. Well, I think my presentation make you disappointed. Okay, it's okay. Okay. No, so, well, so our research reveals that if firms were to choose between consumer, people's health and profit, which one they choose? Profit. Okay, yeah. So I'm not saying firms in Japan don't care of people's health. They do care. They do care. But if they were to choose between people's health and profit, which one they choose? Profit. Okay. This makes sense. Well, I'm a marketing. I know this before. but it is interesting, right? So it is, I think from the food science, maybe, this is a sad trend, maybe, because we are returning back to the period before the fossil, where many products, where the market are abundant with products with claims with unreliable and maybe misleading. And we heard a while ago some Japanese FFC products, they do harms to people. Well, so this is the conclusion is, if you have dual certification in your country or in an economic regions, the one with low cost will cannibalize, will eat the sales of the other one with high cost. So don't do this. Don't do the dual certifications. This will harm your market. This will destroy the health markets. Okay. So if in Indonesia, if you are to adopt certifications, just one certification with rigorous scientific verification process, right? Don't look at Japan. They are failing. Okay. I think in some years, in the following years, the government will see the dual system. Maybe they will change if some harmful cases continue to increase, like, well, Kobayashi, right? Yeah, I think yeah. So that's the result of our research. I would be happy to have some questions from you. Okay, thank you very much for it.
Please give one more round of applause to Professor Donny with very interesting marketing finding. Yeah, we can learn from Japanese market, yeah, to develop functional food. His suggestion is just one certification, yeah, or maybe no need certification. Yeah. Okay, because this is a plenary session, we don't have time to have a discussion. So I would like to wrap up this session from Professor Eddie. I think his presentation showed that there is a big opportunity for functional food in Indonesia from economic perspective, and also focus on innovation and digitalization, and maybe collaboration with influencers. The challenge is the regulatory barriers and also high production costs from economic perspective. So it is important also to consider the sustainability, regulation, and consumer education for future success for functional food. From Professor P3FNI, she starts with the historic migration of Asia, which give us a mixing and blending of local wisdom in making of food today. And she discussed about the food, body, and brains with ASEAN wisdom, good food, good health. Yeah? And later we also scientifically studies what is in our traditional foods, yeah, high in phytochemicals, spicy taste, and also the effect of aging and metabolic related disorders to food that we consume. And the last, Professor Doni gave a taste to us with the dynamic of health and function claims, yeah, adoption to and its consequence, yeah. Start with the increasing interest in health in Japan to improve people health, and then introduction of Foshu in 1991. Also, how Japanese people is fair, yeah. So there's a option to have a claim with FFC, food with function claim in 2015, and the data shows that FOSU or FFC increase, introduction of FFC, FOSU decline. And also how FFC can catch up with the popularity of FOSU, and the conclusion, FOSU declined because of the increase in FFC products, and also reduce in number of FOSU, and also increase in FFC sales. So consumer prefer FFC and FOSU at the same levels, so they don't care. They just want to buy health products, yeah. So if you have certification, don't do dual certification. Maybe triple, yeah. Oh no, only one certification. Okay, by that we conclude our second session. Please, once more time, give a big applause to the prominent three speakers who gave us new horizons of functional foods development. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Eni Harmayani, for help us to lead the discussion with the speakers. Also, thank you so much to Professor Dr. Edi Sunari Hamid, MAC, and Professor Dr. P3FNI Chinachoti and Professor Dr. Doni Wirawan for bringing to us such insightful topic. We would like to give the high appreciation to the invited speaker and also the moderators. And the appreciation certificate will be given by Professor Sri Raharjo and the souvenir by Professor Amba Rukmini. For Professor Dr. Doni Wirawan, also Professor Eni Harmayani, please come to the stage to achieve the certificate and souvenir. With the session of appreciation certificate already implemented, then the second plenary session of this seminar has ended. And the next, we will have another presentation from our partners today. Please welcome Ibu Niputu Desi Ariantini PhD from PT Yakult Indonesia. For Ibu Niputu Desi Ariantini PhD, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for DMC and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to this seminar. So today from Yakult Indonesia, we would like to deliver presentation regarding beneficial effect of Lactobacillus casei strain Sirota. Sorry. Okay, to deliver my presentation, so the introduction is this slide. I believe in terms of functional food, this quote is not new because it seems long time ago that Hippocrates already stated that all diseases begin in our gut, and it means that if we do not taking care of our intestine, so some problem will be happen. And since the development of science, so scientists start to find that not only disease, but some goodness if we taking care of our intestine. So our gut also can support some health condition in our body. Yeah, so why intestine is very important in our body? So in our intestine, there are so many complex of microbiota called gut microbiota. So those kind of microbiota consist of good and bad bacteria. They interact with each other. They also interact with our intestine and then affecting our body. So, our intestine consists of so many cells. These cells has their own specific function, such as for absorption and then immune function and others. Our gut bacteria also influence this function. So this make why intestine is very important. At least in this article, I found 4 functions of intestine. The first one is very important for absorption of nutrition, and then immune function. As we know that more than 70% of our immune cell located in our intestine. And then also very important for prevention of infection. And recently, scientists also mentioned there is bidirectional communication between gut and also our brain, known as gut-brain axis. So for example, the simple explanation, when we do not eat well, maybe it can affecting our mood, something like that. Yeah, this is information regarding interrelationship between intestinal flora and human body. I believe that you already know story about Ilya Mechnikov. So he, very famous scientist, found that in some area where people consume fermented milk containing lactic acid bacteria, those people have longer life. So since that time, scientists believe that consumption of lactic acid bacteria can improve our health. And then in another part of world, in eastern part, in Japan, with almost similar situation, there was young man. So unfortunately, on that time, Japan was not very clean like today. So they also have many infectious diseases. And this young man called Minoru Shirota, the founder of L-Kaisai Shirota strain, he tried to find a way how to fight bad bacteria with good bacteria. So finally, he could find L-Kaisai sirota strain. And then after that, there is one study from Professor Mitsuoka. So he evaluated how the profile of gut microbiota composition of healthy person. So as we could see here that in healthy person, there is determination of balance of intestinal microbiota, where the good bacteria, such as bifidobacteria and lactobacilli, they are present in our intestine in higher amount of number comparing to those pathogenic bacteria. But it doesn't mean pathogenic doesn't have their function. They have their function, but when the number is too much, and then this is not good. And then, how can I say? We have to maintain balance of our gut microbiota so it can stimulate good condition in our body. But as a human, sometimes we cannot avoid some disruption in our gut microbiota. For example, we cannot avoid take antibiotic. So it will disrupt the composition of gut microbiota. And then we have to find way how to maintain this balance. There are so many ways to maintain, for example, consumption of prebiotic, symbiotic, and then one of them is probiotic. Yeah, I believe that people already know well what the definition of probiotic. So probiotic is like microorganism when we not consume, when administered in adequate amount can confer health beneficial effect to the host. And it is well known that fermented milk is well accepted as food carrier for probiotic. Sorry, would you help me? Yeah. Next, please give me opportunity to explain about the beneficial effect of Lactobacillus casei strain sirota. So one study has been done in elderly. So as a human, when we born, we have so many good bacteria in our intestine because we receive oligosaccharide from our mother's milk. So it stimulates bifidogenic effect. So we have many good population of bacteria in our intestine, but when we are adult and then the composition of microbiota is getting stable, but when start enter elderly period, the composition of good bacteria tend to decrease when the harmful is getting increased. So one study has been done using L-Kaisei sirota strain and in elderly, and the result is there is improvement of number of bifidobacteria when the Clostridium difficile as a bad bacteria was decreasing. So since bifidobacteria producing organic acids such as acetic acid, so the result in the fecal feces also showed that the concentration of acetic acid has been increasing, and then as a result, the pH of the fecal sample also decreased. And this sample, in this study also showed that the elderly has lower duration of fever and also constipation as well as diarrhea. Yeah, this is another study. So in elderly, the immune function also start to change. It start to decrease the activity. The number of the cell is not decreased, but the activity start to decrease. So in this study, the immune cell that evaluated was NK cell. So NK cell is part of our innate immunity. Innate immunity is the one who fight, how can I say, infection or development of abnormal cell in the beginning. So this is the front line of our immune system. So when the elderly receive L-Kaisei sirota strain for 4 weeks, and then we could see in this graph that there is improvement of NK cell activity. Yeah. This is the other scientific report regarding L-casein-strains beneficial effect. For example, it also showed good beneficial effect on improving condition of diarrhea, constipation, and in some data we found there is some improvement in cancer prevention, reducing harmful substances in our urine, and also regarding to gut-brain axis context. One study has been published that consumption of L-casein strain can improve stress condition and also sleeping quality. Okay, that's all from us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Ibu Niputu Desi Ariantini, PhD, for your presentation. And we will also to give you a high appreciation certificate to PT Yakult Indonesia, and e-certificate, but still. And the appreciation certificate will be given by Dr. Indah Aprilianti. For Ibu Niputu Desi Ariantini, PhD, please come to the stage. Now, before we take a long break and lunch that can be accessed in banquet area on the first floor, let me remind you about the parallel session. The parallel session will be held on the 1:40 p.m. in 4 different rooms that are the ballroom, room A, B, C, and the room can be found in the left side corridor outside this ballroom and in the same area of the prayer room. In the parallel session, every presenter should be present their topic in 8 minutes and with 6 minutes for panel discussion. And after the parallel session, please gather again here to have a closing ceremony. So now we will have a photo session. For first photo session, please come to the front. Profesor Dr. Chin Kun Wang, Profesor Hani Wijaya, Profesor Dr. Edi Suwandi, MIC, Profesor Dr. Doni Wirawan, and Profesor Eni Harmayani to take a picture together. And for second session, please gather to all Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, also all the committees of today's occasion to join with the invited speaker and the moderator. Okay, so for the second session, please gather to all the Indonesia Society, to all member Indonesia Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, also all the committees of today's occasion to join photo session with the moderator, also invited speakers. And after this, we will have a photo session for all the participants. So please kindly wait for a while. So to all the participants, please gather and join us to take a picture together. Yeah. And to all the participants, please come and join us to take a picture together with the backdrop. Come on. Please, all the participants join together here to take a picture.
Masih bisa kelihatan. Kelihatan diri juga masih bisa kayaknya.
Mas, mungkin bisa naik di kursi nanti pakai foto dari atas. Buka sepatunya. Sepatunya dibuka. Oh, gitu.
Oh ini di bawah. Jadi di kami. Di pintu jaga laptop. Itu ketinggalan Berlin. Berlin. Ayo lari. Saya tunggu satu lagi. Bakunya, Pak.
Berdiri aja Mbak Dina, enggak kelihatan Mbak Dina. Mbak Dina berdiri aja. Berdiri aja Mbak Dina. Berdiri aja.
Thank you for all the participants. Please remember that we will start the parallel session on 1:40. Siap. Saya mau siap. Iya.
Thank you. Thank you.